Good morning and welcome to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for joining us here at 9 o'clock in the morning. It's Thursday, October 9th. As you see there on the bottom of your screen, at 11 this morning, the president will hold a cabinet meeting at the White House. This is the 8th cabinet meeting so far this term. Of course, these are the kind of meetings that we hear from the president, and then we hear most likely, again, from every department head throughout the federal government. And we're going to hear that here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. And then, of course, the president opens it up to questions to the press. So there's a lot to be had here. In just about 2 hours from now, we have some news to get to. And, of course, the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, addressing the media as we are now into day 9 of the Democrat shutdown. So we'll be monitoring that live feed as well. So thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We'll get to a number of these talking points here in a little bit and some of the news that we're following out there throughout the 24/7 news cycle. Of course, I'm back from a family vacation in the Northeast. My daughter we celebrated her 1-year-old birthday. So it was quite great to be with family. And it really makes you think when you think about God, family, country, freedom. You really think about family a lot when you're not working during those, 2 weeks of vacation. So it's been great to spend that time with them, but it's great to be back here at Right Side Broadcasting Network in Auburn, Alabama, as we cover the live events, the news that we see happening. And of course, again, President Trump at 11 o'clock holding that cabinet meeting. This is his 8th cabinet meeting as we monitor the news of the day. But later this afternoon, after that meeting, the president will also host President Alexander Stubb of Finland. So we'll have that as well. So a lot on tap today here on this October 9th, Thursday, 2025. So thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. In the meantime, we're monitoring the latest out of the Middle East as a peace plan between Israel and Hamas, of course, which was orchestrated by President Trump and his team, entered its first phase. And as we learned from the president just yesterday, the first phase of the Israel-Gaza peace plan has taken shape. Part of that plan has Hamas releasing the remaining hostages. It's something Hamas has agreed to. We have a video from the White House last night as President Trump spoke to hostage family members and captivity survivors in Washington, D.C. via cell phone. Take a look.
They want to say something. Is that right? All right, hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
You did it.
You did it. Thank you. Thank you.
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
All.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Pretty great moments right there at the White House just yesterday as we're seeing the developments live throughout our country. This 24/7 news cycle just doesn't quit. Obviously, it doesn't quit on the weekends. It's just a constant with President Trump. There's a lot to get taken care of course. We see that when it comes to the 20 core promises to the American people. We see the indictments happening, or at least the indictment of James Comey. So we're monitoring all of that news. And also, of course, today is day 9 of the Democrat government shutdown. We're monitoring the latest on that front as well as the Democrats drag their feet, hoping President Trump's agenda, which a majority of the country voted for, is delayed and distracted, all to make America great again. Of course, the Democrats say, no, we don't want that. Who wants the country to be great again, right? Wow. All right, so we'll get to some more of that on the day 9 of the government shutdown, thanks to the Democrats, from a statement from Carolyn Levitt on X in just a minute. In the meantime, let's go to All Family Pharmacy. Most pharmacies stop at the basics. They hand you your prescription, send you on your way, but thankfully, there's one pharmacy that's different, All Family Pharmacy. Of course, they carry the essentials, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and everyday prescriptions. But they don't stop there. They go further by offering advanced health solutions you won't find at most places, from NAD+ for energy and healthy aging, to methylene blue for sharper focus, to glutathione for detox and immune support, and Samorelin to support better sleep and recovery. They're giving Americans access to both essential medications and innovative biohacking products to help you feel and perform your best. This is about more than just medicine. It's about taking control of your health, whether you're preparing for emergencies, managing day-to-day needs, or optimizing long-term performance. That's why so many people are choosing All Family Pharmacy, because they have everything you need all in one place, including the doctor's prescription. So all you have to do is visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN today and get what you need for your family. Don't forget to use that promo code RSBN10 for that 10% off. Let's move on to monetary gold. 2 banks have already failed in 2025, unfortunately, and with $37 trillion in national debt, Monetary Gold says more failures, unfortunately, are on the way. And it's not fear-mongering, it's reality. The banking system is built on quicksand, and every new failure threatens depositors, retirement accounts, and pensions. The government can't bail out everyone, and when confidence collapses, so does the system. So Monetary Gold tells us not to get trapped holding worthless paper. Call 888-617-7994. You see that number right there on your screen. And you can also visit RSBNforthegold.com today and secure your wealth with real assets there with Monetary Gold. Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so it's 9:07, 6:07 out there on the West Coast. Thanks for waking up with us. If you're awake at 6:07 and watching us, thanks so much out there on the West Coast and those in the Mountain Time Zone, Central Time Zone, and of course on the East Coast as we get ready to see President Trump and the department leaders of our country all meet at that cabinet meeting. This is the 8th meeting coming up. And in prior meetings, we've seen the entire cabinet speak on camera, live, for the world to see. So that's not something that you see every day, but with this president you do, because this president is different than all of the other ones in the sense of the recent ones, at least. Of course, we're not talking about Thomas Jefferson here, but it's great to see that transparency with this administration. We're going to be covering all of the stories. We understand where we the people are coming from, because we are also we the people here at the network. You know, we're also believing in common sense, the Constitution, God, family, freedom, and country, of course. So, we'll be looking forward to that meeting coming up. But in the meantime, Carolyn Levitt talking about the Day 9 of this Democrat shutdown. You see there on your screen, I'll read it to you, an X post. She said, while federal workers stress over missed paychecks, military families turn to food pantries, and airports around the country face delays, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are bragging that every day gets better for them. She says, what a disgusting and revealing statement. Democrats are gleeful about inflicting pain on the American people. But as we enter the second week of the standoff, Democrats are nowhere close to buckling. In fact, top Democrats feel they're gaining political momentum. We interviewed Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on Wednesday in his Capitol office, where the New York Democrat was as bullish as he's ever been about his shutdown strategy. Every day gets better for us, Schumer asserted. Again, that was when Schumer was in there at the White House. So, yeah, that's the latest that we're hearing from Carolyn Levitt, the great press secretary there at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. So we know this is day 9 of the Democrat shutdown. We know that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, will be holding a press event a bit later in the broadcast. If it's post 10:30 in the morning, of course, we'll be getting ready for the cabinet meeting. So we'll be sticking to the cabinet meeting in its entirety right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so it's 9:09, Thursday, October 9th. Let's look also at Portland and Chicago. We know A massive majority of we, the people, firmly stand with the National Guard and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. I might as well repeat that just in case there's a few people thinking that it's not true. It's not true. That's not what's going on. Well, we see that the majority of the country, for 3 straight elections, voted for President Trump and his agenda. And number 1 and 2 of the top 20 core promises, number 1 was to seal the border. Well, that's happened. You're going to see a video that really highlights that. And then number 2, of course, is all about the massive deportation operation. So the majority of the country, again, and we're not saying just a small majority, we're talking a massive majority, huge percentage of this entire nation. If you look at that political map, it is red, 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 red. You see it all over the place. A couple of spots of blue, some of the cities, we get it. But as that gets chipped away in the sense of people's minds, turning to God, turning to freedom, and saying, you know what, I've been lied to all these years from the Democrats and the fake news. I need to get things straight. So maybe people are becoming more on the right red side of things in history. So anyway, so back to the point of the core promises, those are the 2 things right there, 1 and 2 out of the 20 that are all about sealing the border and the mass deportation operations. So again, thank God for the National Guard and ICE. Let's go to where this all started. A once wide open border, now closed, thanks to a joint effort between our military, Customs and Border Protection, and local law enforcement. And there's no question, we the people stand with the following actions you're about to see in this video. Check it out.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. We have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems. Everybody knows how bad it is. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth, and illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history.
Presidents say they have had enough.
We need to invite President Trump in. We invite the National Guard in. We've had 254 deaths in 233 days. And for anyone in our community to say people are safe, that is an outright lie.
They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We want to save these places. We're going to lose it. We're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing one by one.
Pretty much a mic drop right there with that video done by our military that is out there when it comes to the Department of War. You think about the military being along our southern border and helping with Customs Border Protection and helping with the patrol down there, law enforcement. And that's why the border's sealed. You've got the wall getting complete, and you have the military down there and Customs Border Protection agents and local law enforcement. So it's quite the crew of great American patriots doing their jobs. Also, it'd be great if those that aren't getting paid in that situation would get paid for what they're doing as well. But the Democrat shutdown is causing that not to happen. So hopefully that gets turned around here quickly. Let's go to a couple of sponsors before we move on with our live broadcast here. Let's go to callshe.com. So just callshe.com/RSBN. You can download the Callshe app if you'd like. You also can see there a QR code. So if you're looking to bet, trade, or just check out polls on so many different topics out there, everything from music to movies to politics, weather, sports, faith, all sorts of things, you can do that. Callsheet.com/RSBN. You have more than 1 million people using this program already. So if you'd like to as well, go ahead. Callsheet.com/RSBN. All right, so it's 9:14 this morning. We have one more sponsor we can go to, and then we're going to go to an all-family pharmacy interview in just a minute. Let's go to Angel Paste in the meantime, out of Spring, Texas, of course. A lot of great products there, including the flagship product, the Miracle Cream. So just go to angelpaste.com, again, out of the Lone Star State of Texas. And also they hire military veterans, and they have these great products there. So you can use the RSBN promo code. That always goes a long way with pretty much all of the products here at the network, including right there at angelpaste.com, longtime sponsor, great patriotic people there in Spring, Texas. All right, so 9:15 Thursday, October 9th, the Matthew Alvarez. Thank you so much for streaming in live. Hello to all of you guys out there. Glad you're with us. Looking forward to seeing the president coming up in about an hour and 45 minutes or so. We may see the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, speaking about the 9th day of the Democrat government shutdown. We'll hear from the Speaker of the House as long as it's in the timing of early enough before the cabinet meeting there in Washington, D.C. In the meantime, RSBN host Robert McNeely just interviewed the owner of All Family Pharmacy. Take a look.
And joining us from All Family Pharmacy, speaking of making America healthy again, it's co-owner Michael Kunzler to talk to us about the online pharmacy that is making the biggest difference. Michael, we just saw this great news that Florida Governor Ron DeSantis announced $60 million in cancer research for the free Sunshine State for repurposed drugs like ivermectin. And since All Family Pharmacy is based right there in the free Sunshine State of Florida, it already provides ivermectin. So you guys are actually ahead of the ball game here. So we wanted to talk to you about what this means for patients and their access to things like ivermectin. How significant is this announcement for the future of cancer research and treatment in Florida?
Just being able to provide any information of repurposed drugs or repurposed generic drugs like ivermectin with far lower costs than chemotherapy, radiation, or specifically the immunotherapies are the ones that are extremely expensive. Being able to provide not a standalone drug, but a drug like ivermectin in combination with some of these radiation or chemotherapies could provide a tremendous amount of help towards the cancer community. And alone, just the financial needs would be far less than what they need now because it's a generic drug. It's truly not that expensive compared to immunotherapies that are out there.
And many people are having a hard time finding that at their local pharmacies because of big pharmaceuticals. We've seen Right to Try by President Trump. Most recently, the participation with Pfizer. I was surprised actually to hear coming from Pfizer, but to try to lower those drug prices and in turn also manufacture things right here in America. But again, some doctors unwilling to either prescribe ivermectin or you can't find that in your neck of the woods. So how does your pharmacy, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN, make that process easier and more accessible for patients and the customers that are coming to your online website?
Sure. So we actually built this website with the intentions of providing our patients with both services. Service A of acquiring a prescription for the medication, and then service B, providing the services that a pharmacy would provide, like ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine, methylene blue, mebendazole, all the different medications that a lot of pharmacies traditionally just won't dispense anymore. Most of them are corporate pharmacies. They don't want the liability in their eyes, but it's really about the money. We know that. And then even at the lower level, the independents are just scared. They're worried for their license. They're worried about the regulators. They have a lot more worries in the world. Here at All Family Pharmacy, we're going to provide you both benefits because literally 80% of the patients that come to us, they either have a pharmacy, but they don't have a doctor, or they have a doctor and they don't have a pharmacy. Most of them don't have a doctor, or most of them don't have a pharmacy, but have a physician. So we now subcontracted out our physicians and we give them a very good rate to our patients. I believe it's anywhere between $20 or $30 for them to acquire a prescription just by having a quick consultation with the physician. It doesn't need to be 30 minutes. We don't need to be paying them hundreds of dollars to be doing this. We're providing it at low cost. We're bringing the doctor's volume and patients that they want to help with cancer research, with off-label use. And to be honest with you, just traditional use, antibiotics, hydroxychloroquine used in other cases, ivermectin used in other cases, parasite cleanses, travel needs. So ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to provide you with everything under one roof, which most people like because we can provide it in the 1 to 3 business days, and then shipping is 2 business days. So you're getting very fast delivery. Not as fast as Amazon, but very fast delivery.
Yes, very convenient. And there's some strength and dosage recommendations you would have for ivermectin, if I am correct in that, and how many patients can figure out just what those needs are. Do these doctors that you license and participate with, will they be able to help recommend the dosages for the patients that you work with?
So we tried to provide as much information on the website as possible in a legal manner that allows us at the pharmacy level or at the telemedicine level. Traditionally, a lot of the dosages come from physicians, and we're going to direct them in the direction of a physician to get the exact dosage because it's a weight-based dosage. We're starting to work a lot more with Dr. William Mackis, which I'd love to bring on the show. He's got a lot of great work. He's got over 100 protocols, all based on certain dosages, based on the type of cancer and the stage of cancer. So we're going to provide as much information and as much information on our website as well as over the phone as we can on the pharmacy level. But, realistically speaking, we're hoping these trials are coming soon. And Dr. William Mackis, from what we're hearing, could be the leading driver of these trials because he's got over 6,500 patients himself that he's currently helped or helping fight this battle with cancer. So he's the perfect pick for the state of Florida, and I'm glad they brought him down here to that convention that we were just at. And I think, and I hope that he runs the trials here.
I would look forward to having him on the show. It seems like a wealth of knowledge to help the viewers here at Right Side Broadcasting Network for any of these very crucial needs in their day-to-day activities. So have you seen a rise in customers looking to use ivermectin and the off-label as a result of really what's taken place in the last few years here in America? I think the curtain has really been pulled back on big pharma and some of the powers that be, like in cancer support and prevention, beyond just the traditional use, as you said, for parasites when it comes to specifically ivermectin.
Yeah, we've seen a massive rise since this information has become somewhat public, right? January is when we saw a really, really big jump, and that was due to Mel Gibson's clip on Joe Rogan. They were talking about a Joe Tippins protocol. One of them is actually, or supposedly, a patient of Dr. William Mackis, from what he told us. He's familiar with one of Mel Gibson's friends. I think there was 3 of them that had stage 4 cancer, and they're all cleared of stage 4. When we were at this convention, there was 3 of Dr. William Mackis's patients, one of which is our patient, actually 2 of them which are our patients, and a third one that's from Canada, all sitting in the same row as us. And they were all stage 4, and they're all cleared. Now, again, that doesn't mean everybody with stage 4 is going to be cleared. That's a big fight. That's a big battle. But he's got some hope. We've seen it. We've seen it with our own eyes. We've heard about it. And the trend is getting more and more popular. We're seeing it now more in the holistic routes. A lot of holistic physicians are prescribing it, or they can't prescribe it, but they can recommend it. We're seeing that tremendously. We just had an individual come in the other day, and she's a holistic physician, and she had stage 1, but a very aggressive form of breast cancer. She fought the battle without doing chemo radiation, which that's not what we suggest, but that's the route she wanted to go. She still got the surgery. The tumor shrunk in half. They removed the tumor, and there was no more cancer left in her, obviously, her breast. So it's huge to see these stories that are continuously coming out. It's not just 1 or 2. It's not just a handful. We're seeing them now on a daily basis. So we're hoping that these repurposed drugs are providing the support that these people need in the fight for cancer.
Well, it's really great news to hear that, especially with the rise of super cancers over the course of the last decade. Now, Michael, as well, have you had any additional feedback from the patients right now at All Family Pharmacy using that ivermectin, and what direction are they recommending that for their friends and family, and to perhaps try that as a result of all the massive good feedback coming from specifically cancer treatment?
Yes, we get a lot of recommendations. This pharmacy was built off of family and friend recommendations. We didn't start advertising for probably like the last year because once we got a wealth of knowledge in, we wanted to provide that information to our viewers, to the audience, to every individual here in America that can benefit from what we're providing as a service, and not only off-label use, just traditional use medications, providing maintenance meds during flu season in the mail where you don't have to sit at the pharmacy and get sick. So, back to your point, we have a lot of people who are taking ivermectin and they're sharing their stories with their friends and family. For instance, I have an individual here that was stage 4 that I just mentioned. I gave him a coupon code. I looked in our system the other day. That coupon code was used about 30, 40 times. That means that he told 30 to 40 people about his story with ivermectin and mebendazole. But again, he tells his whole story. He was on a Keytruda trials. He also did rounds of chemo. So it wasn't just a standalone drug. And he provided that information to his friends and family or strangers even, he told me. So people are following the course when they're seeing somebody who was in that battle or in that fight and they're just starting to begin their fight. They're going to follow those people. They're not going to follow Big Pharma and go through all this hell, I like to say it, just to unfortunately not be cured, but just to prolong their life. So people want to win the fight. They don't want to lose. And we're starting to see it more and more now.
Yes, for those who do not have family or friends who have tried through your great site, allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN for this life-saving medication in ivermectin, mebendazole, and countless others. In fact, over 200 essential medications, including Tamiflu for fall flu season, and of course another strain of COVID to match up with this beautiful time of year. For patients curious about all of these off-label options, what kind of guidance do you give them at All Family Pharmacy to help assist with that?
So you come to our website, you can place your order, we get you in touch with a physician. If you ever need to talk to that physician again, we're surely able to put you back in touch with them. We also have a numerous amount of pharmacists here. We have a pharmacist that think alike like our patients, and they're going to teach you. These guys have been around for 30, 40 years in the pharmacy industry. They've seen every type of flu and virus that has hit the market already. So these guys have a wealth of knowledge, and they're going to provide that knowledge to our patients. They're going to provide the information on how to take the medication safe and effectively. And if you get side effects, they're going to try and help you overcome those side effects. There are certain little ways that you can overcome side effects. There are ways that they can help you on a day-to-day basis. And the knowledge we're going to provide is that you can't go to a corporate pharmacy, you can't go to CVS or Walgreens or Walmart and have that same conversation. The pharmacist is just going to say, the doctor said, take 1 tablet a day for 5 days. That's all I'm going to tell you. That's not what our pharmacists are about. They're about helping and providing a community service type retail, which is what we are. We're a family pharmacy and we treat everybody like family. That's our number one goal. And that's the number one goal for our pharmacist and any medical provider that works under our roof or subcontracted by us.
Truly invaluable information today. Thank you, Michael. Also, the ivermectin mebendazole, I believe, going 25% off right now, in addition to code RSBN10 for an additional 10% off of other products.
Yes, we've lowered the price on the website 25%. We have the 10% coupon that gives you an additional 10% off. Those that are having the cancer protocols, give us a call. If you have questions, concerns, we'll try to help you as best as possible. And we'll try to save you a few bucks along the way as well. There are ways we can do that because, like you said in one of your questions, the cancer protocol does require a very high dose. This is something physicians like Dr. William Mackis have come up with, and they've come up with it for certain reasons. So we're going to want to help them overcome certain side effects or how to take it on a day-to-day basis.
Michael Kunzler, co-owner of All Family Pharmacy. You can see all of these life-saving medications, the essential to stock up your medicine cabinet. Heck, you can even travel with these because they're easy for your carry-ons as well. Again, Michael Kunzler from allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. Thank you for taking the time, sir, and we'll see you again very soon.
Thank you.
Always great to see the owner of All Family Pharmacy there, Michael Kunzler, our host, RSBN host, of course, Robert McNeely as well, with that recent interview right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's approaching the bottom of the hour as we get ready to see this cabinet meeting. Again, if you're just joining us right now, this is the 8th cabinet meeting for President Trump and his second administration, so looking forward to it. Usually we'll hear from the president, and then each of the department heads will be speaking as well in the federal government. So this is something that you can really get that transparent information, when it comes to what's going on in government at that cabinet meeting. And of course, we're looking forward to more and more wins for the government in the sense of representing us, we the people. This is a good government to have for representing us, right? That's why President Trump won 3 elections in a row. Technically not 2020, but we know what happened there. So looking forward to that coming up in about an hour and a half. We also have some live interviews coming up, and also we'll be monitoring the latest news as we see it. Let's go now to Cove Pure. Remember the water crisis in Flint, Michigan a while back? You'd think that America would have gotten its act together by now on clean drinking water, but unfortunately, you got to think again. Lead and heavy metals are still showing up in city after city. The pipes running into your home, well, many are older than your grandparents, and what's flowing through them is not what you'd ever want your kids drinking. So that's why Cove Pure, the water filter there, that purifier, is one of the best investments you can make to keep your family safe. Because unlike the government, Cove Pure actually does its job. Well, in some cases, of course, we see the good things of the government. The EPA itself admits millions of Americans are still exposed to lead in tap water. Lead exposure, by the way, doesn't just make your water taste like you're chewing on a car battery. It can cause brain damage, cancer, and long-term health issues. But sure, trust the city council with your children's brains. What could go wrong there, of course, right? So Cove Pure is the obvious fix. Their Clearwave technology removes up to 99.9% of contaminants. So lead, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, you name it. No plumbers needed, no drilling, just plug it in on your countertop, and then you can set the temperature you want with the touchscreen, and it actually tastes like water. Imagine that. So you don't have to wait around for the government to solve this. They won't, unfortunately. So you can really get this taken care of. No more tap water. Get this good stuff here with Cove Pure. Real water that tastes really good. That doesn't have all that junk in it, right? So go to covepure.com/RSBN, get $200 off while supplies last, and take back control of your family's health, and finally drink water the way it was meant to be. Let's also go to Tax Network USA. Great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. If you're looking to pay any back taxes, or at least just get the ball rolling, you can with the great patriots at Tax Network USA, 800-357-1450, and you see that number there. Also, tnusa.com/RSBN. So 2 great sponsors there. We'll be talking more about Tax Network in just a minute, but man, I'll tell you, it's always good to take care of all of that work, and you'll do that right there with Tax Network USA. All right, so it is 9:32, Thursday, October 9th. Matthew Alvarez, thanks again for joining us live. We're looking forward to seeing the president and the cabinet there at the White House in that cabinet room. A lot of news to get to. If you're just joining us, we've got over a number of news items. We're going to continue that right now. Let's just go to just yesterday, just a quick clip of that White House meeting about Antifa with the journalists.
It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our offices and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful.
Okay, so that clip, of course, from just yesterday. And if you look at Portland and Chicago and other areas around the country when it comes to the woke mob and the Antifa types, I mean, who is funding them, first of all? And that's another thing that the administration's looking at. But you look at these great journalists that, it should be Nick squared. These two guys should just team up and go into some of these places together, because Nick Shirley and Nick Sorter are two great journalists out there that are boots on the ground at various events throughout the country, in some cases around the world, to show what's really happening specifically in these places like Portland, Chicago. Also out there, I remember Nick Shirley went out to the UK for that recent Freedom March and event, and El Salvador recently. So there's just a lot being seen and being covered by some very courageous journalists out there. And if I was asked to go into one of these things, I would go in as well. This is not just a studio situation. I mean, we've gone to obviously a number of events out there across this country, but that's some real journalism too, when you're out there, boots on the ground, recording what's going on, not trying to incite anybody, but just to really ask questions and really cover it. I mean, it's common sense, and that's what these guys are doing, using their phones. This technology these days is awesome to have, especially in the information age, which we're already kind of through that. We have that completed in the sense of it's there. Next up, as I was speaking to a buddy the other day about AI, which could be used for good or not for good. So maybe we'll talk about that a bit later in the broadcast. In the meantime, let's get back to the meeting just yesterday. Let's hear from President Trump once again regarding Antifa and the horrible things that they do.
The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund.
And President Trump, he said before, if they spit, we hit. Well, we saw just the other day, if you've seen or monitored any of the videos, whether it's on Truth Social or X or Rumble or wherever, and you see someone spitting right at one of the law enforcement, and this time they went right after that person, because that is assault. You can't spit at someone. And they took that person down and arrested him. So, I mean, this is a different law and order than we've been used to, but it's actually full on law and order. This isn't something of taking anybody's rights away. It's simple. You break the law, there's consequences. And we see that whether it's out there in Portland or Chicago, and we'll see it with indictments. And we're seeing James Comey go through one of those, and we'll see if there's a long list of others. We'll see. We're watching. Let's go now to the U.S. military, as the military just received 60 new recruits. Let's take a look at clip 6. All right, we don't have that one set, so let's go on to number 7, that clip 7. All right, so it's 9:38 Thursday, October 9th, and today, of course, is Thursday. So let's go to a Throwback Thursday video. It's a collection of political photos and videos that I've taken from over the years. Of course, we're going to get back to the top news headlines in just a second, but let's take a look at that. So every one of those photos and videos taken from, I believe it was this phone, maybe it was an iPhone 12, but this is my 14. I got to get an upgrade on that 17 out there one of these days with all the cool camera, upgrades and all that. But anyway, that video there, that's what, if you look at RSBN, right, since 2015, and all of those powerful moments that we've seen on the campaign trail and various events out there, and we've brought it all to you live. How about all of those interviews before all of those events out there? And now, of course, covering what's happening there at the White House and outside of the Beltway as well. So we'll play that video a bit later in the broadcast again, just as new viewers continually join us. But for those of you that are with us right now, thank you so much for watching, getting ready to see the president. In about an hour, 19 minutes or so from now, again, this is his 8th cabinet meeting we're about to see. Let's shift back, though, to those 60 new recruits that just recently said, you know what, sign me up. Let's take a look.
Today, you are joining the profession of arms. You are joining the armed forces of the United States of America. You are the real 1%. I look out and I see a lot of what the world would call diversity. But I don't think our diversity is our strength. I think our shared purpose is our strength. Our unity is our strength. The oath to the Constitution you're about to take as Americans together is your strength. So congratulations, Godspeed, and good luck. Thank you very much.
Great video there. And if you're at an event or if you're at a store and they have all of the 5 military branches up there, the flags, various stores out there. I saw one the other day. I saw 5 military branches and I'm like, there's one missing. The United States Space Force. So maybe get the upgraded flag, get that new flag and put it up there at various businesses around the country. And if you see it out there as someone that just, supports our military, supports our country, which should be everybody, right? Unfortunately, we see it's not, but the majority of the country, you guys, all of us, we're like, let's go USA, right? So, I was at a store the other day and I said to the cashier, and I said, maybe put up the Space Force one too. All right, let's get to a couple sponsors and we'll get to some of the top news stories we're following. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy as well. So most pharmacies, they stop at the basics. They hand you your prescription and send you on your way. But thankfully, there's one pharmacy that's different, All Family Pharmacy. Of course, they carry the essentials, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and everyday prescriptions. But they don't stop there. They go further by offering advanced health solutions you won't find at most places, from NAD+ for energy and healthy aging, to methylene blue for sharper focus, to glutathione for detox and immune support, and Somorelin to support better sleep and recovery. They're giving Americans access to both essential medications and innovative biohacking products to help you feel and perform your best. This is about more than just medicine. It's about taking control of your health, whether you're preparing for emergencies, managing day-to-day needs, or optimizing long-term performance. That's why so many people are choosing All Family Pharmacy, because they have everything you need all in one place, including the doctor's prescription. So just visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN today. Get what you need for you and your family. And you don't forget, use that RSBN 10 promo code to save that 10%. Also, let's go to crypto.com. Let's be clear, cryptocurrency is no longer emerging. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in a big way. Trump Media just linked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corp. and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. They're teaming up to scoop up $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cashback on your spends to establish America's first CRO treasury, Trump Media Group CRO strategy. So when it's done, this new company will be the biggest publicly traded CRO holder out there. And if you want in on the action, all you have to do is head to crypto.com today and let's make crypto great again. Because cryptocurrency continues to gain traction, and I'd like to share that major announcement once again. Trump media has signed an up to $6.4 billion deal with York Life or Yorkville Acquisition Corp. and Crypto.com. It's the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. So all of that information you can find. Just go to Crypto.com for more information as crypto and Bitcoin and AI. I mean, it's all taken off. And, all of the AI stuff, again, could be used for good, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully it's always used for good. All right, so 9:46, Thursday, October 9th. Thanks again for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Let's start at the top of the broadcast at this point, as we have a number of new viewers that have joined us. You're looking live there at where the press conference will be held for Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to speak about the 9th day of the Democrat government shutdown. Let's go specifically about that to Carolyn Levitt, who posted something on X saying the following: while federal workers stress over missed paychecks, military families turn to food pantries, and airports around the country face delays, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are bragging that every day gets better for them. She says, what a disgusting and revealing statement. Democrats are gleeful about inflicting pain on the American people. But as we enter the second week of the standoff, Democrats are nowhere close to buckling. In fact, top Democrats feel like they're gaining political momentum, according to Carolyn, saying this on X. We interviewed, and she's saying this, of course, from just the other day in the White House, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on Wednesday in his Capitol office, where the New York Democrat was as bullish as he's ever been about this shutdown strategy. Quote, every day gets better for us, end quote, Schumer asserted. So we're going to hear from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, here. Pretty remarkable to see those kind of words from Chuck Schumer. It's getting better for us? What are you talking about? There's people that are not getting their paycheck, especially those that are working in air traffic control. We've been seeing the delays happening. How about the ones along the border? There's a lot of things that need to be taken care of, and we'll be hearing more from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, in regards to that. In the meantime, about an hour and 12 minutes away from the President's 8th cabinet meeting, so at about 11 Eastern, as you see there on the bottom of your screen, the President will hold that cabinet meeting at the White House today. And then later in the afternoon, the President will also host the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb. So in the meantime, we've been monitoring the latest out of the Middle East as a peace plan between Israel and Hamas, which was orchestrated, of course, by President Trump and his team, has now entered its first phase. As we learned from the president just yesterday, the first phase of the Israel-Gaza peace plan has taken shape. Part of that plan was for Hamas to release the remaining hostages. It's something Hamas has agreed to. Here's a video from the White House last night as President Trump spoke to hostage family members and captivity survivors in Washington, D.C. This was via cell phone. I saw this from Dan Scavino Jr., the great media guru there at the White House. Take a look.
They want to say something. Is that right? All right, hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you.
You did it!
You did it! Thank you! Thank you!
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
All
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And that, of course, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick getting the president on the phone there to speak with families of the hostages. So again, you heard from the president that they'll be returning on Monday. Let's shift over and look now at Portland and Chicago. We know a massive majority of we the people firmly stand with the National Guard and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. It's kind of simple, it's common sense to say thank God for the National Guard and ICE. Let's go now to where this all started, a wide open border now closed thanks to a joint effort between our military, Customs and Border Protection, and local law enforcement. And again, there's no question that we the people stand with the following actions you're about to see in this video. Check it out. Great video there by DVids. That is part of the Department of War. They have all sorts of, photojournalists and journalists in the military as well. And they put those videos together. And if you've been monitoring any of the videos that I've played here, whether it's at Right Side Broadcasting Network on the network here, not me actually playing it, of course, the director and the producer, they're working on all that stuff for us here. And I've also posted a lot of those videos over the past year, or at least the past 6 or 7 months at least, of the southern border, because it's just fascinating to see the border wall go up. It's fascinating to see that the U.S. military is boots on the ground, but to seal the border there. And I've posted a lot of those videos if you follow me on Truth Social at all. But the point to all that is that video is a step up. The crew at DVids putting together these videos now that are like that. Pretty awesome stuff. Really gives you a update on what it's like down there. Again, that's the first out of the 20 core promises: seal the border, and stop the massive flow of illegal immigrants into the country. Well, that's happened. Check. We're going to look forward to that check happening for all 20 core promises, which there are a lot of them that already have that check mark next to them, but we're going to keep monitoring that, of course, and also monitor the latest news from the DOJ when it comes to any indictments and that kind of thing. James Comey and others. We'll see what happens. It's 9:53 Thursday, October 9th, getting ready to see the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, there live to talk about the 9th day of this Democrat shutdown, government shutdown. So we'll see what the Speaker of the House has to say. In the meantime, let's go to some of our great sponsors, including Monetary Gold. Right there, as you see on your screen, 2 banks, unfortunately, have already failed in 2025, and with $37 trillion in national debt, Monetary Gold says more failures are unfortunately on the way. So it's not fear-mongering, it's reality. The banking system is built on quicksand, and every new failure threatens depositors, retirement accounts, and pensions. The government can't bail out everyone. So when confidence collapses, so does the system. So Monetary Gold tells us not to get trapped holding worthless paper. Just call them there. You see that number, 888-617-7994. Or visit rsbnforthegold.com today and secure your wealth with real assets. You see that right there. Monetary Gold, you get that info kit. Great info kit sent right to you. Great sponsor, Monetary Gold. And so is MyPillow.com. Look at that. 6-piece towel sets back in stock. Great prices all across the board there for MyPillow.com using that RSBN promo code. Something, of course, we've talked about, whether live here in Studio B or over in Studio A as it's getting revamped, but also out there in the field. We've always spoke about MyPillow for years and have had Mike Lindell with us live out there. Remember in Robstown, Texas, 2022. Remember, that was the first time I interviewed Mike live. And you know how it is, the music that the Team Trump plays before the event starts and the excitement of the rally and standing next to Mike Lindell. And I was there with, if you remember, RSBN host at the time, Christina Bobb, who has a new book out as well, doing great things for the country. And when Mike stepped over, man, all you got to do is say, what do you think about the country, Mike? And he will take it from there. And it's great because he's on the right side of history and speaks truth and light into darkness, and also has a great company, mypillow.com. So if you want to spend a few bucks, if you have it, go for it. If you don't have it yet, well, hopefully the big, beautiful law is kicking in when it comes to taxes in your neck of the woods, but also, you know, as inflation goes down and hopefully gas prices continue to go down and, you know, the cost of everything, really. So anyway, it's 9:56, Thursday, October 9th. Looking live there on Capitol Hill as we get ready to see the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson. Let's do this. Let's go to a quick commercial break. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back here on RSBN Live.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back-in-stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets, only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Welcome back. It is about the top of the hour on the East Coast there, about 10 o'clock. Of course, 7 a.m., about to approach that great time out there on the West Coast. Thanks so much for watching. East Coast, West Coast, Mountain Time Zone, Central Time Zone, and anywhere else across the world. And anybody in Hawaii or Alaska as well. So thanks again. Whether you're watching this live or on replay later in the day, thank you for watching. All right, let's go to a video that President Trump and the team posted about Chicago. First of all, we know that J.B. Pritzker and Brandon Johnson are not on the right side of history. It's pretty simple. We see that through common sense of just what they say. These guys just really, really don't like the country. They don't like freedom. They don't like God. Brandon, the other day, and I'm trying not to get too far into this one, but he says, well, I'm a Christian and I'm praying for Trump. Wait, what? Wait, again, what? That's not the actions speak louder than words, and the fruit of the person. Is anybody perfect? No, but the point is, come on now. If you're coming against law and order, if you're okay with crime happening, which if you weren't okay with crime happening, you'd be like, President Trump, thank you for bringing the National Guard here. Ridiculous stuff. Why don't we just let the video speak instead of me? Let's go to that video from President Trump.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. We have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems. Everybody knows how bad it is. This open borders nightmare flooded our country with fentanyl and with people that shouldn't be here, some of the worst people on earth, and illicit drugs decimated American communities and left us with the largest law enforcement challenge in our country's history.
Residents say they have had enough.
We need to invite President Trump in. We invite the National Guard in. You know, we've had 254 deaths in 233 days. And for anyone in our community to say people are safe, that is an outright lie.
They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help. We don't want to lose Chicago. We're going to lose Chicago. We want to save these places. We're going to lose it. We're not going to allow this kind of savagery to destroy our society anymore. We're stopping it, doing one by one.
It's common sense, of course, to protect your citizens, so there should be no problem with that happening. And these guys are acting like, oh, they're going in there and just taking people and putting them into the back of vans that are protesting out there. No. Let's not get it twisted. That's not happening from this government. What's happening from this government is if you are an illegal alien, a criminal illegal alien, or if you are inciting violence and causing disruptions and spitting on officers or throwing things at law enforcement or all the different crimes that are out there, it's simple. Just because you see some law and order happening doesn't mean it's some fascist that's doing it. It's just the other presidents in our lifetimes never really took law and order that seriously. We see one that is now, and it's great to see it. As we await the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, if you just joined us, I'm going to play a video that some of you that have been watching since the beginning of the broadcast, which was at 9 Eastern. I'm going to play it one more time here for you. It's a Throwback Thursday video. We'll keep the split screen up, so of course we can go directly live to the Speaker of the House if he goes to that podium. But there's a couple-minute video that I'd like to share again with you guys. It's a Throwback Thursday video. It's a collection of political photos and videos from over the years and through the lens of my camera. So I put together this video, threw some music underneath it. Hope you enjoy as we wait for the Speaker of the House.
I thought we were too.
He's fast. I think he's out debating some senators right now. In front of the
Good morning and welcome to day 9 of the Democrat shutdown. We give you a daily update here to just talk about what's happening and where we see things headed. Joined here by our leadership team and, of course, Chairman Mike Bost, who will talk with you about the pain that's being inflicted on veterans in particular. He runs that committee. I just want to summarize everything this morning as I've been doing on some interviews earlier today. This morning, Americans are watching a remarkable split screen. Two things happening simultaneously, and there's a rather stunning contrast between the two. On one screen, you see President Trump and Republicans delivering for the American people. You see President Trump and Republicans cutting taxes for hardworking American families. You see us ending the border crisis, ending the crime crisis. You see us eliminating fraud, waste, and abuse in government, and now resolving violent conflicts around the world. What President Trump achieved yesterday, was announced last night, is a truly historic foreign policy achievement. I mean, it cannot be understated. We should give a whole press conference just about that. The deal that he struck between Israel and Hamas will achieve incredible results, not just for that region, but for every peace-loving people around the world, everyone around the world. He's going to bring the hostages home. 2 years they've been in captivity. They'll finally be delivered home. We're all watching the images of the celebrations in Israel and around the world by people in Gaza and in Israel, that this is coming to an end. He's going to bring the hostages home. He's going to bring peace and security back to Israel and truly lay the foundation for a lasting peace in the Middle East. This is a goal and an objective that's been stated by presidents and politicians and policymakers and people around the globe for generations. And President Trump has the strength and the vision and the resolve to do it. He's the only president who could have, as has been demonstrated. And look at the other side of the screen. So that's all going on one side of the split screen. Now look at the other. The stark contrast with the Democrats who've shut down the government. Republicans are busy working around the clock to deliver for the American people, voting over and over to open the U.S. government, and laying the foundation for lasting peace and working to deliver for American troops and military families. And what do you see on the other screen? Democrats playing games with the lives and livelihoods of the people we represent. They have now voted in the Senate. The Senate Democrats have voted 6 times to keep the government shut down. And I just want to tell you one of the most outrageous things I've seen since I've been following politics in the mid-'80s when I was a kid in the Reagan era. Chuck Schumer did an interview last night and bragged, this is what he said, quote, he had the audacity to say, quote, every day of this shutdown gets better for us, his party. I don't even know how to comment on that. It's so stunning to me how callous he can be to play political games and use American citizens as the pawns in a political game. We're in day 9. The consequences of this Democrat shutdown are very real, and he can mock it and he can pretend like it gets better for him. It doesn't. It doesn't get better for the country. Right now, half our civilian federal employees are on furlough. Real, vital, critical services that American citizens in all categories rely upon are halted. And when we talk specifically about our military, right now service members, military personnel at home and abroad, as well as Border Patrol agents, TSA, air traffic controllers, they're all working without pay. I was on C-SPAN this morning on that program they do in the morning where American citizens call in. They have a Republican line, a Democrat line, an independent line. One of the callers called in and she was so upset. She's a young military mother. And she has 2 special needs children, and she told her story in tears. She's so angry, and so am I, that their services are being delayed. I mentioned here at this podium last few days, I mean, I have a big military district in Louisiana's 4th District. We have Fort Polk in Barksdale Air Force Base, lots of airmen, lots of soldiers. Many are deployed right now, defending your freedom around the world. And they've left their young families at home. They live paycheck to paycheck, many of these service members. And this is not a game. Chuck Schumer thinks it is. He says, quote, every day of the shutdown gets better for us. What the heck is he talking about? All of us on this side, we're kept up at night. This is a sad situation, and we've got to get through it. Almost 3 weeks ago, just by way of quick review, the House did its job. We did the responsible thing. We passed a clean, continuing resolution, no frills, nothing to it, 24 pages, bare minimum, to keep the lights on, so that Republicans and Democrats can do their work, and get together and do this job, to deliberate and negotiate and go through the process that Congress does on everything all the time, to work on all these issues. We voted to keep critical programs funded, and that ensures federal workers get paid, that our troops and TSA agents and Border Patrol and many more get their paychecks. We had that vote almost 3 weeks ago. Virtually every Republican voted to keep the government open and to make sure those paychecks are done. The Democrats in the House, all but one, voted to close the government and, by extension, stop paying troops, stop paying TSA agents, Border Patrol, air traffic controllers, and all the rest. We've done our job, and the Democrats need to do theirs now. That ball has been sent to the other court. That is the place where it lands right now. 6 times, I remind you, they voted to shut it down. We need 5 Democrats to break ranks. We need 5 of them to wake up and come to their senses and do the right thing for the American people. How long are they going to allow this pain to be sustained? I talked with the president last night. He called me after the peace deal was done, and he and I both lament, we all do, this terrible situation that we're in. While we're working to do all these positive things for the people and even settle conflicts around the world, the Democrats are playing games. It's political theater to them. They've reduced Americans' pain to a political prop. I'll just say this briefly. I'm going to let the other leaders speak here, but just a few things that you've seen. While we're doing all this work, we're working around the clock to deliver on all these things I've just listed. Democrats are playing games. They film themselves wandering the Capitol, beating on doors and posting flyers and pretending to look for their colleagues. They hosted a live stream. Oh, it's so embarrassing. The House Democrats hosted this live stream where they ate candy and told terrible jokes to each other. They had an audience smaller than this room for the whole country. The leader of the Democrat Party is bragging about the cost that this is being borne by the American people. And just yesterday, I had 2 Democrat senators come over and stage a failed publicity stunt outside my office. I heard about it, walked out and confronted them and set them right on the truth. They came to this side of the Capitol to try to put on a little political show for their online audience, and then they walked right back over there and voted for the 6th time to keep the government shut down. Give me a break. Democrats seem to be doing everything except the one thing that Americans desperately need and deserve, and that's passing our clean CR to get the government operating again. That's all we're asking of them. Stop the political stunts. Stop the madness. Stop saying that you're enjoying inflicting pain on the American people, for goodness sakes, and pass the clean CR in the shutdown today. I'm going to turn it over first to our chairman, Chairman Mike Bost. He, as you know, works on all things regarding American veterans. He's the chairman of our committee that handles all of that. And we just wanted him to talk specifically about the costs that are being borne by our veterans because the Democrats shut down. Chairman? Thank you.
First off, I must say thank the Speaker, and let me tell you this. I believe Secretary Collins and the administration is trying to do everything they possibly can with the money that we actually provided for them in advance for our veterans. Thank heaven we did. So the health care side and appointments and everything through our VA from that side is not in jeopardy yet. But let me tell you the areas that are and the concerns we have. In the CR that we pushed over 3 weeks ago now, we actually had extenders for certain programs that are vitally important, like the Fox Grant, which provides mental health, in contracted mental health for many of our veterans who the suicides continue to happen at 17 a day. We also have things that we pushed over as far as the concerns we're dealing with continuing education. Continuing education is starting to fall by the wayside. The concerns that we have with other programs like this, there's about 7 of those programs, but those are going to start falling by the wayside. Now, one of the concerns that we're already hearing is a GI Bill. Right now, we're hearing rumors that as many of half of the people that have a GI Bill, they're not receiving GI Bill payments to their universities, and therefore, when they get on the line to try to call to make sure that their education will continue and it'll be paid for, to try to straighten it out, there's no one there to answer the phones. That is a concern. Day to day, our veterans are trying to make ends meet. Day to day, they're trying to hold on to their benefits. And day to day, they keep hearing these concerns, and they're going to continue to get worse. As a veteran, and as someone who tries to provide for them, the fear that I have for them is as this goes on, it will only get worse. It's not a game. It affects real people's lives. Another program that's out there that is concerning is those that might be needing home health care. Those are private providers. Now, like I said, Secretary Collins is trying to shift things around, but the authorization language expired on the 1st of October. Folks, this is not a game. It's very, very serious. And let me tell you this as well. As I watch us coming up on the deadline on the 15th, that the first time that our not only our veterans in dealing with this, but our military personnel, our young enlisted that may have spouses and children that are making it payday to payday are all of a sudden trying to figure out, I'm living payday to payday, but I'm going to get no pay due. Let me tell you, that's personal to me. That's who I was. When I joined the United States Marine Corps, I was 18 years old and turned 19 in boot camp, got married out of boot camp, had a child. In a short period of time, it was during the Carter administration, and we were living payday to payday. And when you saw no pay due, not everybody's got a parent that they can call. And you don't have a credit rating where you can actually call a banker. And you know what? Rent's still due. Food's still got to be put on the table. And for someone to say, hey, you know what? It's getting better for us every day. It's not getting better for them every day. And they are the people that are standing on the front line to keep this freedom of this nation in place. We are going to continue to do our job. We did our job. We sent it to the Senate. All of these things that I talked about were in that continuing resolution. And we made sure from our part at the VA committee that they were. It is time that the Democrats quit playing games with those people who they claim that they're all for, our veterans and those who serve this nation. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it just shows you the real cost of a government shutdown that Chuck Schumer's imposed on the country. We hear over and over these stories, and we're hearing more of them every day now that we're in the 8th day of this shutdown. The pain that is being inflicted on real people. I did a town hall meeting last night. We had thousands of people on the call, and a number of people talked about the problems they're experiencing. Seniors that want to make sure their Social Security checks are going to be delivered. Obviously, families of military personnel, we know those stories. We hear those stories. And what does Chuck Schumer say? You know, I read you the quote yesterday of a senator just a few days ago who said, quote, "The point of this shutdown is not just suffering for suffering's sake, but to make a point." That was a different senator. And then yesterday, Chuck Schumer, of course, says, quote, "Every day this gets better for us." And so you've got to ask yourself, if you're Chuck Schumer, and a good day for you is defined by how much suffering you can impose on other people, including our men and women in uniform, maybe you need to look in the mirror and check yourself at the door and wonder what it is you're up here trying to accomplish. Is that really why Chuck Schumer ran for office? To inflict pain on other people so that he can have a good day, a better day for himself. When that is your measuring stick for a good day, is how much pain you're inflicting on other American families, you have lost your way. And yet they vote over and over again to keep the government shut down. While trying to talk about other issues, we can be talking about those other issues without inflicting pain on people. We can be debating our differences, as President Trump said he wants to do, by opening the government back up again. And by the way, once we get the government back open again, if Democrats ever come to their senses, we still have a lot of differences to resolve. Those differences don't just get resolved tomorrow. November 21st gets closer every single day, too. And then they're going to try to hold the American people hostage again on that deadline for some other unrelated issue, so that they can inflict more pain on the American people. But don't worry, Chuck Schumer will be having a good day if that pain's going to be inflicted on others. Thank goodness we have a president in the Oval Office who continues to stay focused on the job he was elected to do by the American people. And Speaker Johnson just pointed out how critically important that job President Trump is doing. You know, as we mark the 2-year anniversary of the horrible Hamas attacks on Israel, President Trump is brokering a release of all the remaining hostages so that those families can finally get closure. Hopefully, some are still alive. We know, sadly, some are not. But those families want to have that resolved. They want to see their loved ones come home. And President Trump has worked tirelessly. He said he would work tirelessly. And he continues to deliver for the American people. he continues to lead on the world stage and stand up to the bullies around the world. He continues to fight for American families who are counting on him. And then you look at what he has to fight against. He's got to fight against governors who are going to court to block the president from keeping the citizens of those states safe. You're in Chicago, Illinois. You don't care about the party affiliation of a criminal. You just want to be safe in your community, and today you're not, and President Trump is trying to make you safe. You would think your governor for one day would put aside those petty differences and say, well, gee whiz, Mr. President, finally we agree on something. But no, the Democrat Party has made a decision. Every day they wake up and they just want to fight Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what it is he wants to do. He wants to keep communities safe. They're going to fight him on it. He wants to keep the government open. They're going to fight him on it. President Trump wants to make sure our troops are paid. Chuck Schumer wants to fight him on it and talk about how good of a day it is for Chuck Schumer. When that happens, their party has lost their way, and it's not too late to come back. And so there will be other votes. Hopefully, we get 5 more Democrat senators that come to their senses and stop inflicting this pain on the American people. It's causing real harm on families. And hopefully they stop worrying about what that measuring stick is that says they have a good day only when the American people are having a bad day. Stop inflicting pain on the American people, Chuck Schumer, and open the government up. End this madness. Our whip, Tom Emmer.
Yesterday, Senate Democrats, including the 2 senators from my home state of Minnesota, Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar, voted for a 6th time, as the Speaker mentioned, to shut the government down or keep it shut down. 6 times. That's 6 times that Senate Democrats have voted against, as Leader Scalise was just talking about, paying our troops. 6 times that they voted against the 13,000 Minnesota National Guardsmen who are showing up to work without receiving a paycheck. 6 times that they voted against supporting federal workers, air traffic controllers, border patrol agents, and the list goes on and on. And why? Because Democrats have decided they'd rather hold the American people hostage than pass the same nonpartisan clean CR that they supported just 6 months ago and that they passed 13 times under the Biden administration. Tina Smith claims she shut the government down so that she can, quote, protect Minnesotans' health care, unquote. But Tina, if that really was the case, why do you support a $1.5 trillion spending proposal that would give health care to illegal aliens while cutting $50 billion from rural health care? She's just not being honest. This was never about health care for the Democrats. This has been about picking a fight with President Trump so that they can try to score points with the terrorist wing of their party. It's pure politics. And nothing reveals their true motivations more than Chuck Schumer taking a victory lap, as both the Speaker and the Leader have said, saying, every day this gets better for us. So every day that our troops, TSA agents, and air traffic controllers work without pay is a better day than the last. That's disgusting. And every single person in this room should be holding Chuck Schumer accountable for his words. Unfortunately, Minnesota's 2 senators continue to follow Chuck Schumer off the end of the political pier with their needless shutdown. Earlier this week, our entire Minnesota Republican congressional delegation sent a letter to Senators Smith and Klobuchar urging that they please do the right and responsible thing by passing the House's nonpartisan clean CR and end the massive amount of pain that they're inflicting on Minnesotans and the American people. Our message today is still the same, and it's not going to change. All of us are united. It is enough with the games. Pass our CR. Get the government up and running again for Minnesotans. And I say this to my 2 senators, the people that elected you to do your job. Do your job. Your constituents deserve better than this. And with that, I turn it over to our conference chair.
Thank you. It's interesting. I often want to ask Chuck Schumer, who is us? Because it's definitely not the American people, right? And as the leader said, compare and contrast, the speaker said, compare and contrast the two split screens. So I want to start today, and I want to tell you just how grateful that I am that the hostages are finally coming home and that peace in the Middle East is on the horizon. And I want to look right to you and say, thank you, President Trump, because without you as our leader, this would not have happened. It is Joe Biden, or it was Joe Biden's weakness that got us into this situation. And thank God for you, President Trump, that it is your strength that has gotten us out of this situation. And this didn't happen by accident, right? It happened because of our president's strong leadership that puts America first and peace first. So again, I applaud President Trump for securing this historic peace deal. Now, like our speaker said, let's shift gears. The impact of the government shutdown is growing by the day. Planes are being grounded, paychecks are being missed, and people are hurting. Different than Chuck Schumer, he's having a good day. The American people are hurting. And why? I'll tell you why, because Democrats are terrified of their own radical base. They are scared to death of their radical base. And let's be honest, Schumer is scared out of his mind from AOC. Think about that. Why else would he do it? He's voted for this 13 other times before. But let me share with you, enough is enough. Democrats have voted 6 times to keep the government closed. 6 times Democrats have voted against the American people. 6 times Democrats have voted against the American people. And if they do it again, 1.3 million brave men and women in their uniform could miss their paychecks next week. Chuck Schumer, how is that a good day for them? Explain that to them. I realize it's good for you and your radical base, but explain to those service members how that's a good day for them. That's 1.3 million families wondering how they are going to pay the bills, how they're going to buy groceries, how they'll fill the gas tank. That is disgraceful. Shame on you, Chuck Schumer. Our troops aren't bargaining chips. They are heroes. And let's treat them like they deserve to be treated. So when the Democrats vote again, I ask that they think of the military families who rely on the October 15th paycheck as their only source of income. And explain to them, Chuck Schumer, how that's a good day for them. I ask that they think of the servicemen and women living paycheck to paycheck. I ask that they think of them, not of the radical base that they're trying to appease. Let's put our troops before politics. Pass the clean House bill. Open up the government and pay our troops. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Wait, yes, go ahead.
I understand this is a heavy situation, this shutdown. Both parties think that they have the right goal and they're trying to strategize their way there. But why not put politics aside and shutdown strategizing aside to pass a standalone bill to pay the military? You mentioned that military mom that was on C-SPAN this morning. Do you ever think that this is lives and not politics, and the shutdown posturing can be put aside?
I'm so glad you asked the question. We're not pursuing a political strategy. The CR is clean. It doesn't have any Republican priorities on it at all. In fact, we're extending Biden-era policies and spending. It's exactly what Chuck Schumer gave you impassioned speeches on as recently as March of this year that must be done, that you don't play games with people's lives. They're the ones playing politics, not us. I've explained this, and I'll say it again. If there was something that we could peel off of the CR, if I could take a Republican priority or policy or trick or gimmick off the CR and make it more palatable for the Democrats in the Senate to vote for, I would have already done so. But I didn't send any of that on. We sent a totally clean document over there because we're operating in good faith. What's our goal, our strategy? To keep the lights on for the people of this country so that we can have their Congress working to resolve all these issues. They're trying to make this about health care. It's not. It's about keeping Congress operating so we can get to health care. We always were going to. They're lying to you, okay? The health care issues were always going to be something discussed and deliberated and contemplated and debated in October and November. It always was. Everybody in the building knows that. It's going on right now. There are conversations that have been going on for months leading up to this. They're lying to you. They're playing political games. They're trying to pretend that a December 31 policy issue has something to do with the fiscal cliff that we faced on September 30th with a shutdown. And they're doing that out of desperation. Why? Because their policies are so unpopular. The Democrat Party is in free fall. They have no leader. They have no policy that they can present to the people. Their platform was reputed in the last election. President Trump won every swing state in the popular vote. The House Republicans had the highest popular vote in the history that's ever been recorded. Why? Because the American people rejected the woke progressive nonsense that they're all still clung to. So they don't have anything. I mentioned yesterday, they just had a poll. The Democrat Party has the lowest approval rating of any time since polling began. So what do? They're desperate. There's a rising Marxist wing in the Democrat Party. They're about to elect a mayor of New York City. Chuck Schumer's from New York. He sees a rising Marxist challenge to himself. And there's one thing that Chuck Schumer cares about more than anything else, and that is his Senate seat. The guy's been in Congress for 44 years. He doesn't know how to live life outside this building, and so he will do anything to make sure that he keeps that seat. He thinks the AOC is going to challenge him or some other Marxist. I'm just telling you the plain truth, and I take no pleasure in this. I'm trying to muster every ounce of Christian charity that I can, but this is outrageous. He's playing games with the American people. Real people are being hurt, veterans and troops and everybody, people that rely on these services. God bless America. Do the right thing and open the government. Yes, yeah.
If the goal is to keep the lights on and to protect these veterans and military servicemen who are being hurt, why not put a standalone military pay bill on the table?
We have already voted to pay the troops. We did it 3 weeks ago. We put that bill on the floor, and the Republicans voted to pay the troops, TSA agents, Border Patrol, Air Traffic Control, and everybody else. The Democrats voted no. Go pull the record. It was 3 weeks ago. We had the vote. Only one Democrat voted with us to pay the troops. We've done it. The House has done its job. The reason the House isn't here in regular session is because they turned the lights off. We passed the bill, pay the troops, pay all these essential workers, provide services to the American people. We sent it over there clean. It's 24 pages. It's a bare bones document. It has no Republican priorities on it at all. It's exactly what they voted for before. And they decided to turn this into a political stunt. So coming back here and doing it and having a duplicative vote to do the same thing we already did would accomplish nothing. Because Chuck Schumer's going to stop it in the Senate. They're playing games. He's enjoying it. He told you in his own words, every day of the shutdown gets better for us. Golly, it's despicable to me. Yes, Chet.
Yesterday, you came out and engaged Senators Gallagher and Kelly. You called this a photo op.
Publicity stunt. Yeah.
You called this a publicity stunt. Yesterday, Mr. Lawler went down and confronted Mr. Jeffries afterwards. I guess my question was, you as the Speaker, considering how the tensions are rising in the building, if you had the House here, everybody here, there would be fights in the halls. Are you concerned, and is it incumbent upon you as the Speaker to try to lower this temperature when we see what happened outside your office yesterday, and you engaged with the senators, Mr. Lawler coming downstairs engaging with Mr. Jeffries, who, you really gave it back to them, but I've not seen that type of confrontation in this building in my 30 years.
I haven't either, Chad, and it concerns me. I know you have. I know you have. Look, since I got here, January 2017, I've been working on restoring civility to the institution. The first thing I ever did in Congress was draft the commitment to civility. I was proud that 52 out of 53 members of my freshman class, as I remember, signed on to that. Republicans and Democrats. Treat one another with dignity and respect. Let's have policy disputes, but not make it personal. This gets personal. Emotions are high. People are upset. I'm upset. I'm a very patient man, but I am very angry right now because this is dangerous stuff. And so is it better for them probably to be physically separated right now? Yeah, it probably is, frankly. I wish that weren't the case. But we do have to turn the volume down. The best way to turn the volume down is to turn the lights back on and get the government open for the people. Do the right thing. We need 5 Senate Democrats. Remember, it's math. We have to have 60 votes in the Senate to do this. Every Republican in the building is voting to open the government. The president wants to open the government. We need a few more Democrats because we only have 53 Republicans in the Senate. We got to have a handful of Democrats to join and do the right thing, and I hope they will. We'll keep you posted. Wait for developments, and let's pray this ends soon. Thank you.
Is the House in session next week?
Okay, so that lasted about 30 minutes right here live on Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're about 25 minutes away from the start of the 8th cabinet meeting for President Trump's second term. If it starts right at 11, if it doesn't, we'll be here for you. We have a live interview coming up, but before we get to that, let's go to All Family Pharmacy, a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once again, thank you guys, though, for joining us as we are awaiting the president a bit later at the White House. Most pharmacies, of course, they stop at the basics. They hand you your prescription and send you on your way. But thankfully, there's one pharmacy that's different. That's All Family Pharmacy. Of course, they carry the essentials, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and everyday prescriptions, but they don't stop there. They go further by offering advanced health solutions you won't find at most places. So you have things like NAD Plus for energy and healthy aging, to methylene blue for sharper focus, to glutathione for detox and immune support, and Simorelin to support better sleep and recovery. You know, they're giving Americans access to both essential medications and innovative biohacking products to help you feel and perform your best. So it's about more than just medicine. It's about taking control of your health, whether you're preparing for emergencies, managing day-to-day needs, or optimizing long-term performance. That's why so many people are choosing All Family Pharmacy, because they have everything you need all in one place, including a doctor's prescription. So go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN. You can get what you need today for your family, and also go to RSBN 10 for that code and get that 10% off. Let's also go to callshe.com. Of course, if you like to bet, trade, or check out different polls out there when it comes to whether it's weather, sports, science, technology, faith, politics, all sorts of topics, more than 1 million people using Callshe out there. And that number is growing. You can use that QR code, or if you'd like to download the app, there's one there as well. Also, if you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801 or go to that website you see at the bottom of your screen, rsbnetwork.com/donate. The money that is given to this network goes to all of the things that you see here when it comes to expanding the network. Also, all the live feeds that you see from Washington, that all costs money. So if you have a few extra bucks, great. If you don't, we understand. Hopefully the taxes will continually go down, and also inflation and all that. We know that the president and the team is doing a great job. We're looking forward to more wins in this government for we the people. So 3 great opportunities right there, 2 great sponsors, and of course a chance to donate. We were finishing a video from the Throwback Thursday, so we're going to go to that, and then we're going to have our live interview coming up in just a second. So let's go to Throwback Thursday of just various political photos and videos that we've seen over the past few years. Take a look. All right, Throwback Thursday for you out there. Those that, remember those rally days. Great times here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Those videos were from all around the country, from basically my iPhone. And, it's just great to see all of you out there. And we're all on the same team if you're on the right side of history when it comes to common sense and freedom and God, family, country, and all that. So hopefully we keep winning here in this country. And, of course, we're looking forward to seeing, let's be straight up about it, more indictments if there's evidence and receipts for those in the deep state. We'll get to that in just a second. Conservative media, of course, it stands for truth, freedom, and common sense. The fake news, lies, control, and confusion. You guys know that. I know that. We know that. And so now here we go. Hopefully we continue to win. And also securing our elections. That's part of the 20 core promises, as you guys know. We're going to dive into a number of news topics in just a second as we get ready to see the president and the cabinet there. It's going to be great to see the president because think about it. You've got the entire federal government, basically. All the department heads there will be speaking about each of their departments just as they have in prior cabinet meetings. This is the 8th cabinet meeting for President Trump's second administration. We'll have it live here for you. And then following that, in a different broadcast, the Finland president, Alexander Stubbs, will be there at the White House there, Alexander Stubbs. So looking forward to all of that coverage. Let's go to a few sponsors, and then we'll bring in our live guest to kind of just give his assessment as to what he sees out there. Let's go to Monetary Gold. 2 banks have unfortunately already failed in 2025, and with $37 trillion in national debt, Monetary Gold says more failures are unfortunately on the way. So it's not fear-mongering, it's reality. The banking system is built on quicksand, and every new failure threatens depositors, retirement accounts, and pensions. The government can't bail out everyone. So when confidence collapses, so does the system. So Monetary Gold tells us not to get trapped holding worthless paper, but call that phone number you see there on your screen, 888-617-7994. You can also visit RSBNforthegold.com. Let's go from Monetary Gold to Angel Paste out there in Spring, Texas. If you are looking to purchase a gift or also, give to a great company, when it comes to these products out there for conservative companies, these small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. This is one of them right there, angelpaste.com. Use that RSBN promo code for a discount. You'll have the Miracle Cream, but also there's a number of other products on there that you can check out. A great sponsor here at Rightside, angelpaste.com. Let's go to Cove Pure as well. Remember the water crisis back in Flint, Michigan. Well, you'd think America would have gotten its act together by now on clean drinking water, but obviously we have to think again because lead and heavy metals are still showing up in city after city. The pipes running into your home are older than, grandparents and others. And what's flowing through them is not what you'd ever want to give your kids. So that's why Cove Pure, this water purifier, is one of the best investments you can make to keep your family safe because unlike the government, Cove Pure, when it comes to this water situation, actually does its job. The EPA itself admits millions of Americans are still exposed to lead in tap water. Lead exposure, by the way, doesn't just make your water taste like you're chewing on a car battery. It causes brain damage, cancer, and long-term health issues. But sure, trust the city council with your children's brains. What could go wrong, right? So Cove Pure is the obvious fix here. Their Clearwave technology removes up to 99.9% of contaminants. So lead, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, you name it. No plumbers, no drilling. Just plug it in on your countertop. Set the temperature you want with the touchscreen, and it actually tastes like water. It's good stuff. Think about it. Tap water or stuff that has all of that junk out of it. And I'm a big fan of water purifying systems like this one as well. So don't wait around for the government to solve this water situation. They won't. Go to covepure.com/RSBN. Get $200 off while supplies last. It could take back control of your family's health and finally drink water the way it was meant to be. covepure.com/RSBN. As you see at the bottom of your screen, President Trump hosts cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. Looking forward to seeing that. In the meantime, let's go now to conservative analyst and author T.S. Dixon joining us live now. T.S., your thoughts about this whole Democrat government shutdown and other news of the day?
Yeah, Matt. Well, I think that the Democrats are just continuing to do a great job of, digging their own hole deeper. I think they're losing the optics war with this shutdown routine that they're playing out, stunt. And I think that the Trump campaign is doing an excellent job of messaging, clowning them, memeing them, getting the word out. And I believe that the people get it. They understand this is the Schumer shutdown.
Exactly. That's what they've been calling it. And how about those sombreros that we've been seeing out there? Getting some laughs out of that. But for a serious matter, I mean, let's go at the 30,000-foot view, as I like to say. What's your overall assessment as to how things are going in our country now and then into the future?
Well, first off, I want to congratulate Trump for the news today that Hamas and Israel have both agreed to his peace accords and that he will soon be releasing and freeing the 20 remaining hostages in Gaza. So massive mega kudos to President Trump and the administration for rescuing those people and hopefully putting an end to this bloody conflict. Again, one of the keys to his reforms in a successful reform for our country, and time is of the essence, one of the 3 or 4 main areas is to end these wars, to get America out of the involvement in these wars. He's done a fantastic job so far. He's actually quelled about 6 or 7 wars throughout the world just this year. And now this is another one, another notch on the belt. So, I'm so happy, and congratulations to President Trump and his administration for this accomplishment.
And that's what people are saying, on the right side of history across the country and around the world when we're talking about the people that love freedom, right? So you're referring to, stopping wars, right? And part of the 20 core promises to the American people is that, not leading us into a World War III. And the 20 core promises, seal the border, stop the invasion of the migrants, that kind of thing. But it's also ending the weaponization of government. Do you want to talk to us about some of the things that are needed for the next 3 years, but after President Trump, to really solidify the freedoms of this nation?
Yeah, I've said it before. I'll say it again. We need to frame where we are in history and what time we're living in. This moment is the third great, there have been smaller reform movements, smaller times that the West has been reformed and then had huge leaps forward. But there's been 3 major giant leaps, giant reform movements where we've come out from a massive establishment tyranny, and it has created a whole new era for the West. The first was the Reformation and Renaissance in Europe in the 1500s, where we came out from the papal control of all the European monarchies. The second one was 1776, which we should all know about, which is where Washington and Jefferson and Franklin and all them fought the British Empire, the East India Trading Company, and the Bank of England in their spy networks and freed the colonies, creating the free world, which then later gave rise to the modern world through the industrial revolutions. And then since the 1890s, these tyrannical forces reorganized through banking power, took control in many Western countries, especially the United States in 1913, solidified, centralized their power at Bretton Woods in 1945, and they've been dominant ever since, while they've let corruption and caused corruption and injustice and all of their agenda to go forward while they've been oppressing the people. In the first 2 reforms, the establishment was very overt, out in the open. They didn't feel like they needed to hide. This third one realized they were going to be overthrown immediately if they were overt, so they've operated covertly, and they use puppets. They use, cat's paws. They use surrogates in order to roll out their will. That's why we get mindless, dementia-ridden presidents like Biden, or somebody totally unqualified like Kamala, because they want those types of representatives that are just going to say yes and do their agenda. And so that's really what we're up against. The Democrats are just a front for this establishment group that they serve. And Trump is the silver bullet to this werewolf. He is the leader. He's the Teddy Roosevelt. He's the Lincoln. He's the Thomas Jefferson standing up to this new establishment. And so we are in the third great reform. It's extremely significant because what happens in America will cascade throughout the rest of the West. Britain, Europe, Australia, Canada, Latin America, and so on. And so this is such a crucial battle. And we saw that in the first term, if he just is a good president, it's not good enough, because as soon as the Democrats get back in, on day one, they can sign executive orders and undo 80–90% of the work that was done. And that's what they did under Biden. And so in order for this to be successful, he's got to complete a robust, comprehensive reform package during the first 2 years of his administration, which we're in now. It's almost halfway over. Why? Because if he fails to secure the reforms now, the most urgent reforms, and then do the rest of the reforms in the latter half of his administration, the Democrats could take back power in the House and the Senate. And if they get that, they will they'll impeach him and remove him from office. And also, if they just get one house, then they can stranglehold and paralyze his legislative part of his reform package, which then he won't be able to complete it. So this is such a crucial time. And the most important part of the reform is the punishment of corruption and the rolling out of legal justice through the Department of Justice, the FBI, and whatnot, and investigating and punishing government crime. You know, we're quite aware, educated, informed conservatives are very aware of all these crimes that have been committed out in the open. We have the public because reporters have brought the information and evidence to us publicly, and yet the government has never seemed interested in investigating any of these corrupt individuals or indicting or having trials for any of these apparent crimes, while they go after mothers that are praying outside of abortion clinics, or going out and arresting parents that don't want their kids to have transgender surgeries at the age of 7 or 8. They go after these parents, people that speak up too much at city councils or school board meetings. Those are the people they like to go after and indict and arrest, not government leadership criminals and corruption. And so in this reform, he has a backlog of injustice that he is responsible as the top law enforcement agent in the country, the chief executive, the chief magistrate, for attaining and getting justice for the American people for all these crimes that have been committed. However, he's been hamstrung. Trump, for all his great accomplishments, has a major blind spot, apparently, and that is choosing the right lawyer to run the Department of Justice. This crippled and maimed his first term, and now it's crippling the beginning of his second term. We had Jeff Sessions, who recused himself. We had, what is his name, Ratstein or something like that, was the interim guy. And then we had Bill Barr, and these were all disasters. And so he could not get his criminal justice agenda done in the first term, and they sabotaged him. In this second term, they're not as malicious with Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, but they seem to be unable to perform their duties, unable to do the job. And then you have Trump's personal lawyer, who he assigned to, who is basically deputy head of the DOJ, who's running the DOJ, and he is sabotaging, stalling, and slow walking all of the intended indictments and investigations. And because of him now, you see James Comey, his case, he got lesser charges, and he's been assigned to a Biden-era judge, Biden-appointed judge, and he's probably going to have the case dismissed, or he's going to walk. And if these kind of things continue to happen, Trump is going to lose support from his base and the MAGA voting bloc. It's sad to say, and that's going to put the midterms at risk. So this justice agenda is so crucial, so key to the reforms, because it will expose the corruption. It will dismantle these institutions, these corrupt institutions. It will dismantle these groups that have been operating covertly in the background. You know, DOJ started to show us that with USAID. It was exposing all of this covert money laundering activity where they were taking our tax dollars, putting them through these sophisticated money networks, and then the money was being delivered to these leftist, Democrat, and globalist operations to fund their agenda against us. And Elon began exposing that. As soon as he started taking DOJ towards the Pentagon, you know, everything got squashed. And so we must have these sort of financial exposures. We must expose these crimes. And then the Department of Justice must impanel grand juries around the country in districts that are not corrupt, like New York or D.C. And we must investigate these crimes and see indictments. I mean, this is the number one top priority for the Trump reform if he's going to successfully bring us into this new era.
And to your point, there's a lot there to talk about, of course, and I'm sure people that are watching, maybe some of their heads are spinning with everything you just said. But the point is, I mean, we have heard that people say, hey, we need to see prosecutions and arrests. President Trump spoke about this on Truth Social a couple weeks ago, saying, hey, we're reading all of these posts about it. We're seeing the indictment for James Comey, but there's a laundry list of people that there's evidence and all that are out there within the deep state. So, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are nodding their head in agreement with you, and we're going to monitor and see what happens. We're going to tackle some more of this in just a second. T.S. Dixon joining us live as it's about the top of the hour, getting ready for President Trump's cabinet meeting. This is his 8th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Let's, in the meantime, go through a few sponsors. Of course, without these great sponsors, we're not able to bring you all of this live coverage, including there at the White House. So if we can go over to the programming director, we'll go over to Tax Network USA. You see there, settle your back taxes today. 800-357-1415 is the phone number. If you're looking to settle back taxes, you can reach out to them. These guys will help you. Great patriotic people there at Tax Network USA. Let's go now to crypto.com. Crypto.com. Let's be clear. We know that crypto is no longer emerging. It's here. And the latest move cements that reality in a big way. Trump Media just inked this massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corp and Crypto.com, the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. So they're teaming up to scoop up that $6.4 billion in CRO, the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low-fee DeFi, which means decentralized finance, staking rewards, and real-world perks like cashback on your spends to establish America's first CRO treasury, Trump Media Group CRO strategy. So when it's done, this new company will be the biggest publicly traded CRO holder out there. And if you want in on the action, all you have to do is go to crypto.com today and make crypto great again. So to buy CRO, visit crypto.com today. One more sponsor for you as we get ready to see President Trump here. All Family Pharmacy, you see the information there. That RSBN 10 promo code, always good to see that 10% off. On top of that, 25% off for ivermectin and mebendazole. Most pharmacies stop at the basics. They hand you your prescription and send you on your way. But thankfully, there's one pharmacy that's different. All Family Pharmacy, of course, they carry the essentials: antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and everyday prescriptions. But they don't stop there. They go further by offering advanced health solutions you won't find at most places, from the NAD Plus for energy and health aging, to methylene blue for sharper focus, to glutathione for detox and immune support, and sermorelin to support better sleep and recovery. So they're giving all of us access to both essential medications and innovative biohacking products to help you feel and perform your best. And it's about more than just medicine. It's about taking control of your health, whether you're preparing for emergencies, managing day-to-day needs, or optimizing long-term performance. That's why so many people are choosing All Family Pharmacy, because they have everything you need all in one place, including the doctor's prescription. All you have to do is visit allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN today and get what you need for your family. Don't forget to use that code RSBN10 to save 10%. All right, so it is 10:59 Eastern Time. Let's go back to T.S. Dixon live as we await President Trump and this 8th cabinet meeting we're about to see that is happening any minute from now. And T.S., a lot of people are thinking, well, the midterms, I mean, a lot of wins are happening right now with President Trump. We're dealing with a lot in the country. We see the majority of the country wants law and order, and we're seeing that. So why would you say that the justice aspect of it would play a role in the midterm elections? Just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, there's two elements to it. One of the major crimes that we all witnessed was election fraud. And so with the mail-in voting, the faulty or corrupted voting machines, and the mules, people voting more than once, these are all major felonies and federal and state crimes. How we know it happened on a mass scale. How many arrests, indictments are you aware of? I saw maybe 3 or 4 over the last couple of years, but not many. We know China was involved. We have the evidence of that. We have the truck driver in Pennsylvania that had a Mack truck filled with fake ballots that were filled out for Joe Biden. These are all crimes. These are serious crimes that threaten our democracy, unlike what they said Trump was, a threat to democracy. Election fraud is an actual threat to democracy. And through election fraud, many of these red territories can remain deep blue because if the Democrats have a corrupt system, a criminal system to ensure their vote, they will always stay in power and they will inhibit and stop us at every pass. And so, yeah, that can affect the midterms because it's part of voter fraud. So they need the task force to go out and to seriously prosecute these crimes, get the mail-in ballots. Putin even said it. He said, you can't have a fair election if you have mail-in voting. No country does this. This is total corruption. I mean, mail-in voting equals corruption, equals voter fraud. I mean, it's equivalent. And then we have more and more evidence coming out about these machines and the corruption of that coming out of Venezuela. And so that's got to be dealt with as well. Do you hear the administration talking much about it? Do you see any action happening? Do you read any headlines about the Justice Department accomplishing something there? No, not much is being done. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is about energizing MAGA. MAGA has put so much time, years now, decades, energy, support, money into this movement, and we need the leader of the movement to then administrate our agenda. He's our proxy. He's our representative. He's our champion. And the number one thing on everyone's lips, on their minds, is to get justice. I mean, they wielded the power of the state, the power of the Justice Department, the power of the FBI against Trump, against his followers, against his cabinet, against the people, against the voters, against the protesters, time and time again. And these were innocent people. Yet they commit unlimited crimes, it seems like, and nothing is done. And we get back in power, and now still nothing is done. Everything's being sabotaged and hamstrung. So that's why it's so important. If we don't see some action on this, you're going to lose a significant portion of the morale, the energy, the enthusiasm, and the vote from the conservative side of the country.
And then on top of that, if you look at the 2020 Russia hoax and all of that, James Comey, there's a laundry list of people involved with it. And people are talking about seditious conspiracy as one of the charges, but that's not something that Comey's getting charged with. So that's just one crime. And I remember you were on the broadcast a while ago. You had that bingo card of all these different crimes. And the reason why I think this is important for those of you watching at home, I mean, we know that, to your point, TS, you were talking about how if in the next 3 years, if we get somebody else that's on the left side of history, like a Gavin Newsom in the White House, they're just going to have executive orders that are going to undo everything. But how are we going to save the country past President Trump? And you're saying that the deep state, according to the President Trump, he said, obliterate the deep state, right? And dismantle the globalists. He said that in speeches. So you're saying we just want to have the actions following those words. And we indirectly are a little bit with James Comey, but there's a long laundry list of people, isn't there?
If you want to understand everything I'm talking about, it's here in my most recent book, The Woke Mind Viruses. I would encourage people to get this, understand what I'm talking about, for the administration to read this book, and all the details I cover of the corruption, of the government crime, of the financial crime, and then the reforms that are necessary. I case study all these countries and institutions that successfully permanently reformed. And there was a 4-stage pattern to the reforms. And the most important one was the last one, which was the redress of grievances in the administration of justice. And so without that, what happens is as soon as the administration is done, because they're playing nice, they're trying to get along, the saboteurs, the corruption comes right back into power. We saw this in Brazil. Look at Brazil. Okay? Bolsonaro did not do this. And what happened to him? They ramped up the corruption, ramped up the voter fraud, took the Supreme Court over, and got a felon communist back into power. And anybody that protested got locked up in camps and forced vaccinated. I mean, this is what they're going to do. So please understand that we could have a first term where all of the great work that was done was temporary and was undone as soon as they got back in, or we can have permanent reform. There's Mount Rushmore. There's two types of presidents. There's Mount Rushmore presidents, and then there's yearbook presidents or school book presidents where you get a little picture next to all the other 46 presidents. That's how it works in America. There's only 4 on Mount Rushmore. Why? Because these 4 men successfully reformed the country to the point where the country and the world was never the same. It was light years better after they were done in office. That's how successful they were. You have Washington, Jefferson with the Revolution. You have Lincoln with the Civil War and freeing the slaves. That was never undone. We didn't go back to slavery. We didn't go back to serving the British Empire after Washington and Jefferson. These were permanent reforms. They fixed it. We moved forward. And then the last one is Theodore Roosevelt, who permanently reformed the country, especially for the working class, bringing in the work week and the 40 hours and workers' rights and getting rid of child labor and all of the reforms that he had, improving the quality of drugs and food and whatnot. And he increased the prosperity of the working class so much that it immunized us from communism that was trying to come into America. So Theodore Roosevelt saved America from becoming communist like Russia did, because they did not take care about their working poor. And so their working poor joined the communists and revolted. So these 4 men reformed America permanently. We've never gone back from their reforms, right? And so Trump has the opportunity to add a 5th face to Mount Rushmore if he does this and permanently expunge this massive level of globalist corruption and central banking corruption from our institutions that is so pervasive. But he's got to be willing to expose these crimes and then go after them with the Justice Department and the FBI. Unfortunately, right now, because of the leaders he's chosen, it's all paralyzed. That whole part of the agenda is paralyzed. Well, everything else is going forward amazingly. His war agenda, his economic agenda, international relations, his health agenda are all going splendid. But he is being locked up, and they're trying to stop him at every pass with this Department of Justice and FBI agenda. He's got to get new leaders in there that can do the job. These state attorney generals who are bulldogs, who know what they're doing, they're not corrupt. We know who they are. He needs to get them into these positions, get these other guys, thank them for what they did. They tried. Thank them. I hope they have a next chapter to their career, but get good people in there. Let's get going. Get rid of Todd Blanche, please. Pam Bondi, Kash Patel. Let's get qualified people in there that are going to do the right thing and get us some justice in this country. And he will solidify his reforms like El Salvador. Even Saudi Arabia had massive reforms and went after corruption. And it was very successful for their country. So this is the final piece of the puzzle that we need to see happen. Otherwise, Trump will be a school book president, a yearbook president, not a Mount Rushmore president.
There's a lot there to unpack of what you just said. I'm sure people have their opinions on both sides of the coin there with what you were just mentioning, but here's the point. So you're saying the 20 core promises to the American people, sealing the border, ending the weaponization of government against the people, things like no men and women's sports, securing our elections, defending the Constitution, all the things. But on top of that, you're saying at the FBI, DOJ, did you mention the CIA when it comes to certain things of draining the swamp within the organizations there? And then on top of that, those that have broken the law when it comes to evidence and receipts need to be held accountable. And when I was looking up seditious conspiracy the other day and read the law, that's punishable with fines and upwards of 20 years in jail. And to your point, they went after Peter Navarro, Steve Bannon, and on and on and on, and we the people. And so I think we've been all sitting on this being like, we love President Trump. We love this administration. We love what's happening. They sealed the border. We've got the mass deportation operation, even though the Antifa types are all paid and going crazy. We have the situations in Chicago and Portland. We have good things happening. But the one thing that I've been seeing out there, and so that's the thing I want to say, is we love truth here at the network. And we're just going to tell it like it is, just like President Trump does. And at the end of the day, the arrests are needed for our country to be saved moving forward. Do you guys out there that are watching right now, do you agree? Think about it. TS, can you fill in the blanks there a little bit?
Yeah, I want to explain why this is so important now, why it's so crucial, because you have to understand that history is not going to wait for anybody. Teddy Roosevelt, in many ways, Trump has an opportunity like Lincoln, like Teddy Roosevelt, But let's talk about Teddy Roosevelt. He was reforming the country and saw all these evils and injustices with big monopolies that he was going to break up, and spoiled, rotten food and drugs that was killing millions of thousands of Americans, and the treatment of the workers that were stuck in abject cycles of poverty. And he needed to do something about it. And he did, and it was successful. And why was that important? Because at that time, a new ideology was coming in and swelling around the world, and coming in towards America like a tsunami wave was headed for us politically, called Marxism and communism. And because of what Teddy Roosevelt did in his era during his 2 terms, he successfully reformed America, made our workers prosperous, and it was like a wall, a shield that protected America from succumbing and falling to communist revolution, because our workers weren't going to go for it. Our workers were pleased with capitalism because of the Teddy Roosevelt reforms. That's why it was so timely what he did. If he didn't do that in the years right there, we might have been the USSR of America. And so he saved us. Now, Trump has the same opportunity because there's another tsunami wave, another threat coming at us full speed, and it's called the robotic era, okay? This is AI, this is advanced biotech, gene splicing, this is humanoid robots, this is military and police drone technology like we've never seen before, and it is coming hard and fast. You're not going to stop it. It's going to become part of everyday life, and it's going to change our economy, our country, our laws, our towns. It's going to change our civilization. And Trump is in power these 4 years while it's happening. The real beginning of the swell of the robotic age, I believe, began in September of 2025, last month. And now it's just going to ramp up like a hockey stick graph. This thing is coming fast and furious. And if we have the reforms and we can get the corruption out of here and we can successfully reform America, the West will follow. And this stuff will come in and transform our society for the better. It will transform education. Everyday kids will get PhD level educations for pennies. It will cost them nothing. These woke universities will crumble because AI will deliver far greater, far more advanced and superior education. You could be taught by Isaac Newton AI from everything he ever wrote. His entire collection will be in this language model. That's just one example. It can dismantle Hollywood because people will be able to give a prompt and it'll generate a 2-hour action movie or a drama or a TV series and say, I don't want any woke stuff or liberal content or message points in there. And you'll have it in 5-10 minutes. It'll generate it, play it for you. It'll be on Netflix. If other people want to watch the thing you generated, you get $1 or something for every rental. Hollywood will crumble and collapse and dissolve into a sinkhole.
Well, let's stop you there. Let's stop you there real quick. I mean, you know, Netflix, of course, is going through a lot of boycotts right now. So I think you were just saying that as a part of a place that would be posted, a video. But
not Netflix, but some, you know what I mean, some sort of streaming app. And then let me just finish this point. If the banking system and the corrupt central bankers continue to destroy the dollar, manipulate the economy, and drive us down into these cycles, and while they're stealing and sectioning our wealth, guess what? Countries, institutions, companies can retreat into Bitcoin. That's also part of this era, okay? And they will be free from this centralized money system and power. It will crumble as well. So these are the potential promises that the robotic era, the AI era, can offer the free world. However, if we do not have these reforms, and the corruption is allowed to continue, they will harness and control these technologies. They will crush any startup companies. They will make sure only a few completely controlled, compromised, and captured companies form a cartel, and the state will control this technology. And instead of having this democratized technology, it will transform our way of life in the free world and make us more free, more enriched, more educated, less liberal, less woke. It will destroy the establishment. These institutions will crumble. Instead of that, we will become China, and they will be enthroned permanently over us. And we will have to have another world war just to try and get out from under that. So these are the stakes. These are real stakes. We're going to see the world transform in the next 5 years like we've never seen before. This is not a movie. It's not a fantasy. This is real life. This is not coming. It's here now, and it's only going to ramp up. Mark my words. And so if these reforms don't happen now, we're in big trouble. like in Star Wars, they said, if he fails, there is another. We might have one chance with the goodwill of his administration to get one more person in after him that might actually perform any part of the reform he doesn't. But it would be a shame, because then that person that comes in after Trump would be the Rushmore president when he did all the work and paid all the price. So that's why I really believe it's so crucial now for people, for these reforms to be done, and for the people to press the administration to get this done. And again, I lay all of this out in my book, The Woke Mind Viruses.
So, TS, listen, we're going to go to a couple sponsors. I want to ask you a question. I'll ask it to you now for the viewers, to ponder what your question or what your answer will be. But I want to know why you're so fired up, why you wrote the book, why you speaking the way you are about AI and the arrests and all that. I want to hear that from you in just a minute. Let's go to something that has something to do with AI on the good side of things when it comes to Perplexity. If you take a look at this, a quick question for you. How much time do you spend every day on a web browser? How much time do you spend clicking around online, searching, scrolling, typing endless tabs? It's a lot, right? Well, there's a new AI web browser from Perplexity called Comet. And trust me, I've used it. It's completely changing the way you're able to interact with your browser. Using Comet feels like having a personal assistant living in your web browser that can actually do things for you across the internet. Yes, actually do things, not just give you answers. You can ask Comet to handle tasks for you, and it literally clicks, types, searches, and scrolls just like you would to get things done for you in the background while you go about your day. Comet can shop for you, make reservations, book travel, summarize articles or videos, send emails, schedule meetings, and a lot more to make your life a lot easier. We can show you somewhat how it works there, but basically you download the app or go to the website, and you could literally type or use voice commands and say, add to my calendar a 2 p.m. Eastern business meeting for next Thursday, and dinner plans with the Smiths on Friday at 6 o'clock. And it will organize it all for you and add it to your calendar on your device. Or say you want to book travel. It's 10 times easier than searching for all the right prices, because Comet will find that and do that for you. If you're traveling from, let's say, Atlanta to Seattle and you want to book travel for you and the family, Comet will be your personal assistant and will get it done for you. So you can download the Perplexity new AI web browser, Comet, by heading to pplx.ai/RSBN. We'll get to some more of that in just a second. A lot of information to cover there with this. Again, on the good side of things when it comes to AI. I know a lot of people out there, when they think of AI, it's like, oh, whoa. Well, to TS's point, it could be used for good, and there's other ways probably it can be used for bad. So we'll see how that all pans out. But Comet, definitely a good thing on the right side of history there. Let's go to mypillow.com as well. Of course, if you're looking to buy all sorts of great products there, you can. mypillow.com/RSBN. More than 2,000 products on sale for you. Right there on the bottom of your screen, you can see that information as we await President Trump and the cabinet meeting, which is slated to start at 11, obviously about 20 minutes after the hour. We've been live since 9 a.m., so thanks so much for sticking with us here live as we get ready to see the president. This will be his 8th cabinet meeting. And so I want to bring down there's a lot being discussed here as T.S. Dixon joins us again. There's a lot that you just covered. My head's spinning. I know a lot of people might be like, whoa, wait, whoa. What are you saying? What? And so I hear everything you're saying. I understand everything you're saying. Why are you saying it? What is it about? Why are you saying this stuff? I'm just being, how more straight up can I be?
Well, I love the country, and I don't want to lose our country to a bunch of radical leftists. You see Antifa whipping up all of these riots. They want revolution. They want a civil war. They want a revolution. They want an uprising. And I don't plan on letting these kinds of forces, or the ones funding and backing them, take our country. I love this country. Also, I have a son, and my wife and I plan to have more children. And so I care about handing him and them a country better than the one that was handed to me. I think a lot of us feel that way. Also, I'm a conservative. I treasure our way of life, and the job and the mission of a conservative is to protect and preserve freedom and prosperity for ourselves and coming generations. It was done for us by Jefferson, Washington, their whole generation. It was done in the Civil War generation. It was done in the World War I and II generations. And that baton passes to us as well. We must act. We must do something, or tyrants will win every time.
What would you say to people that say, "Well, God's got it under control. It's gonna work out, or whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen"? But if you apply that to the 2024 election, and we all said God's going to take care of it, but none of us showed up to the polls to vote, that wouldn't work. So would you apply that to the situation right this second to actually be aware of the need for the indictments and the actual accountability for those that have broken the law?
Yeah, God expects us to act. He has helped and assisted through providence the formation of this country. He's blessed us tremendously, but then it's ours to care for it, to be good stewards of it. You know, Jesus said in the Gospels, I give this one 1 talent, this one 3, this one 10 talents, and he leaves. And it's up to them. He expects them to take care of and increase and grow and develop those talents of that investment he left with them. He doesn't do it for them. He expects them to take the right actions, figure it out, problem solve, educate themselves, and do a good job with what they've been given. What have we been given? We've been given the greatest country, the greatest economy, the greatest amount of opportunity of any generation in the history of mankind. And what are we going to do with it? Will we be good stewards like the parable and do what God expects us to do to preserve, protect, and grow it? You know, out of Jesus's own teachings, God expects us to take care of these things. And I want to say, you know, people are scared of AI. They want to live in the past. Conservatives especially, we love the past because it was a great past. And we are nostalgic for the revolution, for that 1950s America. And so it's tempting for us, but we can't. We live in the future. And just like the automobile came, changed everything. Electricity came, changed everything. Modern medicine came, changed everything. We had the computer show up, changed it. The internet changed everything. The smartphone changed everything. Now we're going to have the biggest change we've had since any of those things emerged, and that is the robotic era. And it's not just going to bring robots, it's going to bring a whole cadre of advanced technologies that are going to come more rapidly, and the change will be more dramatic than anything we've experienced in the past. And like I said, it's not inherently evil. These things can be tools for amazing good and to liberate us. Just think of all the institutions that have been taken over by globalism, liberalism, leftism, and wokeism. Think about it. All of them are threatened by AI. AI can collapse all of their business models overnight, even central banking.
If they're controlled by
crypto.
If we get the reforms done, to your point, though, right? I mean, we have to
have a reformed country.
Because
yes,
if we have the deep state or the globalists controlling this stuff, yeah. So that's the point. So that's the thing. I mean, this isn't like we're not doing this back and forth talk back interview for those that are watching at home just for drama or for like clicks or whatever. It's just these are facts. I believe a lot of people agree with what TS is saying. I know I'm hearing what he's saying, and on the opinion side of this, I agree. I know that we do a lot of news here too, but these are things that I think the people are talking about, and I think that's what you guys want to see out there in this country is people that are speaking what's really happening right now, has the finger on the pulse. We're not the fake news that are trying to lie and bring false narratives to you. We really honestly are doing this because we know it's the right thing to do. And if we're going to have cameras and lights and all that and have the opportunity to speak about God, family, country, freedom, and ways to keep it, we're gladly going to do it. And this is as we await the president, of course, for this 8th cabinet meeting that we're going to see where all the department heads will be speaking about specifics from each of their departments. We're looking forward to all that. The president will meet with the Finland president a bit later, Alexander Stubb. In the meantime, we're tracking with T.S. Dixon here, the conservative analyst and author. I know he's been on for quite a minute, but, you know, sometimes it is what it is. T.S., let's talk about Portland and Chicago right now. We're seeing Antifa out there. We're seeing the president say, hey, we need the National Guard there and all that. What are your thoughts about the law and order aspect of this administration?
Oh, I love it. You know, the National Guard exists to protect cities and protect the homeland from threats, both foreign and domestic, and this is a domestic threat. I think Trump learned some big lessons from listening to advisors that were advising him in the wrong direction during the 2020 Summer of Love riots, where honestly, the federal government let a lot of these cities like Portland burn. And he's not going to let it happen this time. He shouldn't. And so the left can complain and whine all they want, but it's the role of the federal government to ensure law and order. How are all of these people in these cities going to go to work, going to run businesses, going to take care of their families, protect their children, if you have these violent criminals running around? And now, I was watching an interview with Nick Sordor yesterday where he was saying that the police aren't even arresting any of these people. They're arresting reporters like him who got assaulted. And so it's pretty obvious that it's possible, I'll say that the Portland police and the local government is working in cahoots with the terrorist organization Antifa. These are revolutionaries.
Yeah, this is a wild time in America. We see that right now as we take that live look of the White House. Director, could we go to one of the sound bites from the president just yesterday talking about Antifa? That was a huge meeting he had with a number of new media, great journalists that are out there. And you referred to Nick Sordor. Also, you look at Nick Shirley. These guys are great people. And then there's a number of them that are out there. But let's go ahead and listen to President Trump from just yesterday as we await that cabinet meeting.
It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful.
It's great to see, the commander-in-chief speaking about this terrorist organization, Antifa, who's trying to literally overthrow the government, but also are paid by real winners out there like George Soros. Your thoughts about that?
I love it. I recommended in my book that they be named a terrorist organization, and I'm glad that he's doing it. And I'm glad the steps he's taken, the initial steps he's taken also towards the drug cartels. And drugs are a huge problem as well in Portland, where they've legalized all of these Class 1 narcotics. And so this is what we see. This is what the left is going to bring you. They're going to bring you decay, demoralization, drugs, death, destruction, and anarchy. This is what they desire. This is part of their agenda, is to destabilize the country so they can bring in the revolution. This has always been their plan. This has always been their agenda from day one. And now we are seeing them try to bring it to a head in this specific time, because they sense that if they don't do it now, they might not ever get another chance if the reforms are permanent. And so that's what we see. But I also like that he's featuring who's funding these organizations, who's giving money to them. We punish and sanction countries and bomb countries that finance terrorism against our country, right? Because they are our military and political enemies. But for some reason, because of corruption, because of government crime, we allow these bankers, these billionaires, these hedge fund managers, these asset managers to go ahead and promote their globalist leftist agenda and finance all of these riots, finance these groups, and drive our country into more and more destruction and destabilization. And the sick part is that Doge uncovered that the USAID money, much of it was being money laundered around from our tax accounts at the Treasury through USAID back to these billionaires to use our own money to fund groups like Antifa.
Wow. Yeah, it's just unbelievable information is out there with evidence, with receipts. And, you know, in conservative media that is on the right side of history, you have an opportunity like this to have someone like you, T.S. Dixon, on with us to just keep speaking that truth into the lies that are out there, the light into the darkness. Speaking of that indirectly, I want to ask you in a second, I'm going to open it up about the Christian renewal that we're seeing after September 21st, 2025. The great late Charlie Kirk, that memorial, what a powerful event that was. I want to hear your thoughts on that as we await the president. But before we get to that great part, can you break down, again, for those that are watching right now that are like, wait a minute, I've heard about globalism, liberalism, and all that. So is it just simply a few people in a room that are saying, this is how this is going to run, we're going to try and control the masses, and we're going to use every way we can to do that, including lawfare against Trump and the people? And can you break down some specifics about that?
Yeah, let me, again, if you want the details, it's here in this book, The Woke Mind Viruses, The Mind Plagues Destroying Western Civilization and How to Stop Them. But basically, we're up against four groups that form a coalition that make up the modern left. Globalism was formed by Cecil Rhodes and Lord Alfred Milner, who were these British South African magnates that formed a group called the Council of the Elect that later became the Milner Roundtable Group, that later became the Royal Institute for International Affairs and the CFR in New York and DC. And that group has been covertly making policy decisions for first the UK and the British Commonwealth, and then for the United States, and has been driving this Atlanticist agenda, which is the primary influence on our federal government. They've infiltrated and taken command of many of our domestic institutions, including our spy agencies, unfortunately, as well as spy agencies in other Western countries. And so that's globalism in a nutshell. I can't go into detail, but it's in the book if you want to understand their history, belief system, their tactics, and all of the financial scams they're running through central banking scams, all the way through asset management fund scams, hedge fund scams, what have you. Things like NGOs like USAID and all of the NGOs they were laundering money to, as well as globalist international institutions like the IMF, United Nations, UNICEF, WHO, WEF, on and on. So it's a pretty elaborate network, spiderweb network of organizations that all run to see this globalist agenda performed throughout the West, and while keeping their boot firmly planted on the neck of the countries in the East. Within our own country, then, we have the liberal order, which came about during the administration of FDR.
You have some great fireworks going on. Right when you said within our own country, I felt like we were celebrating July 4th, 1776 right now. We got some of the fireworks there. But can you talk to us about liberalism and wokeism? And so it seems like that's all of those things are just trying to just take down the freedom of our country. It's simple as that.
If you want to understand them all, they're all branches of the same tree, which is what I call in the book the Dark Enlightenment, which is Darwinism, Nietzscheanism, and Marxism, which formed the modern leftist ideology. It was an opposite, antithetical response to the Enlightenment and Awakening and the Liberty Movement of the 1700s. And so then that was the modern right, and then you get the modern left forming in the 1800s under Darwin, Nietzsche, and Marx. And then these ideologies produce four main modern groups, which is the globalists, the leftists, the liberals, and the woke, the modern foot soldiers like Antifa and these other ones that we see causing all the mayhem in Portland, Chicago, and other cities. And so this is what we're up against. They're a coalition. They work together. The globalists are at the top of the coalition, and they're funding everything. The modern liberal establishment, they're running most of the seats of power. And the leftists, they are pushing for the revolution and socialism and the march through the institutions. And then you have the woke. These are the foot soldiers. These are the green-haired kindergarten teachers trying to trans your kids, all the way to the foot soldiers with, skull masks on, throwing bricks at cars and lighting police stations on fire, or these environmental terrorists that are lighting forest fires to stop climate change or derailing train tracks and shooting up groups, shooting up Christian schools. That's your woke mob. So this is what we're up against in America. We need to understand who our enemy is and how to defeat them. And luckily, right now, we're in power. We got our champion, our representative, into the executive role. He's the chief law enforcement officer in the country. He's the chief of the military, and we have the power, and he has the ability and the authority to reform this country permanently and to dismantle these organizations. Because why? They're criminal organizations, and he's in charge of the Department of Justice and the FBI.
And then finally, I didn't know this was going to turn out to be a 61 minutes interview instead of using the other one, the name at CBS, but it is what it is as we await the president. Thanks for staying with us, TS. And everyone that's watching right now, thank you so much for sticking with us as we await the president of the United States in this 8th cabinet meeting. My name's Matthew Alvarez. Thanks again for streaming in. Let's get to something that was extremely difficult for our country. The events of September 10th in Utah, the September 21st memorial, which was powerful. What do you think about those two events and the future of our country now?
Well, Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and his life, his work that he did tirelessly to demonstrate to all of us the need to get out into the field, get with your fellow man, get with young people, and make your case known and spread the truth, promoting Christianity and conservatism. You know, that was his thrust. That was the work that he did, and it was incredible. And I think he has become an inspiration to millions of us to take up that mantle and to get serious and to get involved and get active in promoting these two ideologies, these two meaningful parts, the foundation of Western civilization, of Christianity and conservatism. And so I think we're going to see a big wave of that. And then in his death, in his sacrifice, you know, it pierced the hearts of the nation of the West. It also brought out the foul, hideous, true dark side of many of these liberals and woke individuals that were celebrating his death, the death of this young man cut down before his prime, who left behind a beautiful wife and amazing young children who will never grow up with their father. And so it showed these two things. But at that memorial service, something happened. I mean, the whole world watched as Charlie Kirk's organization demonstrated the best of what evangelical Christianity has to offer on display for the whole world. And then our entire power structure of our federal government, from the president down to the head of the military, the chief of the Department of State, all the way through head of the FBI, all came through and memorialized this man and gave glory to God. And many of them preached and presented the gospel story. And so for all these countries around the world to see this, and for all of the citizens to see this, this has never happened in our country. This is the first time that has ever happened in the history of the United States, where the liberals have been trying to convince everyone around the world that we are Jerry Springer now. We are godless now. We're a secular state. We're immoral. We're all about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. And that's not true. Liberal Hollywood does not represent the American people. And so the world got to see an example of what the heart and soul of America is all about. God and Christianity, the freedom in our country and our families. And so that was one aspect of that. The impact of that, I don't think we'll fully understand for a long time. But another thing I think happened, because we were at the beginning of this massive wave of a new enlightenment of technology, medical advancement, science, and art, we are in the midst of a giant leap forward in the enlightenment aspect of our civilization. Just like we experienced in the 1700s, the 1800s, the 1900s, these giant leaps. We're in the midst of one of those leaps right now. But concurrently with that, there's always a spiritual movement happening in our country and in the West. And I really feel that memorial service was the beginning of a new wave of spiritual renewal of people returning to God and people finding God for the first time, accepting Jesus Christ, getting saved, returning to church. And we see the numbers already, just the preliminary numbers of people coming back to Christianity, coming back to the church, coming back to maybe the faith of their family, their roots, or finding it for the first time brand new and getting saved. And so that cannot be understated at all. This is one of the most important parts to the fabric of our society. And I think we are seeing just the beginning. And I think he also is inspiring a whole new group, both young, middle-aged, and old, to get involved in that movement as well if they feel the call.
Exactly. I mean, I remember watching the speech here, sitting right here at this in Studio B after Tucker Carlson spoke, and he said, you can feel the presence of the Holy Spirit here. I mean, he was being very real about a very real thing, which was quite awesome. Last word, TS, pick out of all the things you just talked about, what would you like to say on the last part here?
Well, on that last point about the significance of the renewal, a lot of people don't know that the driving nail of the revolution, that last nail in the coffin, that straw that broke the camel's back, was the Great Awakening. And historians agree, when George Whitefield came to America and preached to 80% of the colonies, befriended Benjamin Franklin, had his sermons spread through the newspapers all over the country, and the revival and renewal spread through America. And these people who had heard the stories from their pilgrim grandparents finally experienced the salvation experience that Jesus Christ offered on the cross for themselves and realized it was real, and they were transformed and born again. That spread through the colonies, and their battle cry became, why do we need a king over in England if we have a king called Jesus? No king, but King Jesus. And that solidified us as a Protestant evangelical nation, separate from Europe, separate from Britain, that we should have our own country control and determine our own fate and practice our faith here through the vehicle of freedom and liberty in the Constitution. And so that was the driving nail that motivated an entire nation to go to war against the most powerful empire of their day.
Can you explain to us everybody says the whole church and state thing. It doesn't even say that in the Constitution, right? Can you explain to us about that?
Absolutely. The separation of church and state goes back to the Reformation and the Protestant Reformation, because the Catholic Church dominated Europe through control over the monarchies for 1,000 years. And so you had the state was the church was the state. And, we lived in religious slavery and serfdom for 1,000 years in feudalism and papal rule. Martin Luther set the bonds free and began to liberate Europe from that system. And then later on, England would have its own Anglican church that was merged with the state. It still exists to this day. And so in America, we decided to have a different way of doing it, where we would not force the colonies to practice any certain denomination of Christianity. So if Virginia was Episcopalian, the state would not force all Virginians to pay 10% tithe as a tax to the Episcopalian Church and force them under penalty to go to Episcopalian Church on Sunday. That's why we got rid of church and state. However, and that's a good thing, we have the freedom to go to any church, practice any religion that we want in this country, and think freely and come to the knowledge of the truth on our own. However, just because we have separation of church and state does not mean we should have separation of state and God. God and state should never be separated. It says on the dollar bill, in God we trust, on our federal buildings, in God we trust. The 10 Commandments were in front of every courthouse pretty much in this country and in front of our federal institutions. Our country, our system of government is based on the biblical government God handed to Moses out in the deserts of Sinai. And so our roots go back to that. And so we need our leaders to pray. We should have prayer in schools. We should teach creation in science class, even if they want to teach it alongside evolution. The leftists want evolution, but teach creation. Don't get rid of creation. And we should have and honor God in our country. It doesn't involve tithing. It doesn't involve forcing people to go to this church or that. It doesn't allow any certain church to dominate the federal government and have its will performed, even though we have globalists doing that. So that's why we should have continue to have and reinforce that God should be an integral part of our state and our government and our government schools.
Think about the State Department, Marco Rubio, preaching the gospel on September 21st, talking about the resurrection of Jesus Christ. I mean, it was a powerful time. T.S. Dixon, conservative author and analyst. Where can people find you if they're interested?
They can find me at tsdixon.com, and they can get the book, The Woke Mind Viruses, at Amazon, or the audiobook is at Audible if they'd like to learn more about these topics. And I encourage every parent out there to get this book. If your kids are involved in any of these liberal schools, you need to be educated. And if your kids are old enough, I would encourage you have them read the book.
T.S., thank you again for joining us for quite an extended amount of time, but thank you again for your insight, sir.
Thanks, Matt.
All right, so it's 11:46 Thursday, October 9th. Quite the lengthy interview, I know, but sometimes, when there's a little bit of a delay, we like to fill in that time with conversations like that. I know it's not the fastest, most rapid kind of thing, but sometimes it's good to have those longer discussions. All right, let's go to a couple of our sponsors as we await the president. We'll go back to a number of our videos as well that we have. If you're just joining us now, 2 banks have already failed in 2025, and with $37 trillion in national debt, Monetary Gold says more failures, unfortunately, are on the way. It's not fear-mongering, it's reality. The banking system is built on quicksand, and every new failure threatens depositors, retirement accounts, and pensions. The government can't bail out everyone, and when confidence collapses, so does the system. So Monetary Gold tells us not to get trapped holding worthless paper. You can call that number you see right there on your screen, 888-617-7994, or visit rsbnforthegold.com. All right, so it's 11:47. Let's go to one more sponsor, Perplexity. We talked about Comet earlier. So quick question again for you. How much time do you spend every day on a web browser? How much time do you spend clicking around online, searching, scrolling, typing, endless tabs? It's a lot. Well, there's a new AI web browser from Perplexity. It's called Comet. I've used it. It's completely changing the way you're able to interact with your browser. So using Comet feels like having a personal assistant living in your web browser that can actually do things for you across the internet. Actually do things, not just give you answers. You can ask Comet to help and handle tasks for you, and it literally clicks, types, searches, and scrolls just like you would to get things done for you in the background while you go about your day. Comet can actually shop for you, make reservations, book travel, summarize articles or videos, send emails, schedule meetings, and a lot more to make your life easier. And of course, you can just download the app there or go to the website there and just know that you could type or just use your voice command and say, add to my calendar a 2 p.m. Eastern business meeting for next Thursday and dinner plans with the Smiths on Friday at 6. Or you can book travel. I mean, this is all going to be helping you get just things done more efficiently. So you can download Perplexity's new AI web browser, Comet, by heading to pplx.ai/RSBN. Comet doesn't just give answers, it actually gets things done for you. So a great sponsor here at Right Side Broadcasting Network as it's 11:49 Thursday, October 9th. That's a lot of words spoken. So why don't we do this? Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on RSBN Live.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our biggest 3-in-1 sale ever with a limited edition product, a back in stock special, and a closeout deal you won't find anywhere else. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get our MyPillow bed sheets only $29.88. Any color, any style, any size, even kings, regular $119.98, only $29.88. Once they're gone for good. How about our My Towels? They're finally back in stock, but not for long. Get a 6-piece My Towel set, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And for the first time and the only time ever, get our limited edition premium My Pillows. They're made with Giza cotton and designer gusset. Queen $17.98, Kings only $19.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get the best offers ever. Quantities are extremely limited, so order now.
Every once in a while, something big happens, something that changes everything. And now, in a defining moment for crypto, Trump Media Group and Crypto.com are joining forces to acquire up to $6.4 billion of CRO, launching America's first ever CRO treasury, empowering the Kronos blockchain. This is more than a partnership. It's the future of finance built in America. For more, visit Crypto.com, where millions trade CRO every day.
Welcome back to RSBN Live. I'm Matthew Alvarez. It's 11:51. You see there on your screen, we're awaiting the president and the cabinet meeting. This will be his 8th cabinet meeting of his 2nd term. Looking forward to hearing from the president and those in our federal government. Meantime, President Trump just posting just a few minutes ago on Truth Social, 8 minutes ago to be exact, that Dr. Ben Carson will be an incredible national nutrition advisor for the United States Department of Agriculture. I will soon be awarding Dr. Carson the Presidential Medal of Freedom. He is a true American patriot who cares deeply for the people of our country and never stops working to protect and strengthen life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all. Congratulations, Ben. Dr. Ben Carson, of course, a great, great patriot, as you guys know out there that are on the right side of history or at least support common sense, the common sense agenda. President Trump at 10:43 Central, 11:43 Eastern, posting the following. To all the FBI agents who were forced by Christopher Wray to go to the Capitol the afternoon of January 6th and then risk their careers to blow the whistle about political bias and abuses they witnessed, I want to thank you for your courage and assure you that you now work for a director, Kash Patel, and an attorney general, Pam Bondi, who are stamping out political bias from the Bureau and DOJ and making sure agents pursue criminals without regard to their political stripe, just the evidence. The president says, keep up the good work with an exclamation point. Right there on Truth Social, just like many of you have on your phones out there as we monitor and see what the leader of the free world says and the commander-in-chief, the 47th president of the United States. If you're just joining us now, we are still awaiting that cabinet meeting. I know you guys have been waiting patiently. I know we had a long interview there for a minute, but we're going to go a little bit faster with some things that we're going to show you here and talk about as we await the president of the United States. Again, let's just kind of re-rack in the sense of start from the top. At 11 Eastern was the original schedule for the president. So as soon as we see the press go into that room, the cabinet room, we're hearing that through some intercoms that the press pool is getting ready to go in there. So this should be any minute from now, hopefully. Later this afternoon, the president will also host President Alexander Stubb of Finland. In the meantime, we're monitoring the latest out of the Middle East as a peace plan, of course, as you guys know, between Israel and Hamas, which was orchestrated by President Trump, and the team has entered into its first phase. So as we learned from the president just yesterday, the first phase of the Israel-Gaza peace plan has taken shape. Part of that plan was for Hamas to release the remaining hostages. It's something Hamas has agreed to. And here's a video from the White House last night as President Trump spoke to the hostage family members and captivity survivors in Washington, D.C. via cell phone. Let's take a look at that moment right now.
want to say something. Is that all right? All right, hold on. President Trump, you have the best crowd in the world. What do you guys have to say to President Trump?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody.
You did it.
You did it. Thank you. Thank you.
This is amazing. Mr. President, we believe in you. We know you've done so much for us over the past, since you became a president, and even before that. And we trust you fulfill the mission until every hostage, every 48 of the hostages are home. Thank you so much. Blessed be the peacemakers.
God bless you, Mr. President. God bless America.
Thank you very much. You just take care of yourselves. The hostages will come back. They're all coming back on Monday.
All.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
In the center of your screen there, the Department of Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick bringing that phone call to the family members. A lot of news going on. As you guys know, the 24/7 news cycle at high speed. It's been that way since how long? Since 2020 probably, right? Meantime, today is day 9 of the Democrat government shutdown. We're monitoring the latest on that front as well. Carolyn Levitt posted this earlier on X. While federal workers stress over missed paychecks, military families turn to food pantries, and airports around the country face delays, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are bragging that, quote, every day gets better for them. That's a quote. What a disgusting and revealing statement, Carolyn says. Democrats are gleeful about inflicting pain on the American people, but as we enter the second week of the standoff, Democrats are nowhere close to buckling. In fact, top Democrats feel like they're gaining political momentum. The Post reads from Carolyn here. We interviewed Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer on Wednesday in his Capitol office, so just yesterday, where the New York Democrat was as bullish he's ever been about his shutdown strategy, saying every day gets better for us, Schumer asserted. That, according to Carolyn Levitt. And of course, you heard the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, speak about that earlier as well, as it's day 9 of this Democrat government shutdown. There's a lot of news to follow right now as we await the president. It's about 12 o'clock on the East Coast, 9 o'clock out there on the West Coast. Thank you for watching from coast to coast, including the Central Time Zone, Mountain Time Zone. And if you're watching in Hawaii or Alaska, and in some cases, I just saw somebody on Truth Social say they're watching live from the United Kingdom. May freedom be what you guys have there in that country, in Britain. All right, so 2 minutes from the top of the hour. Let's go to a couple of our sponsors as we await the cabinet meeting there. Let's go to All Family Pharmacy. Most pharmacies, they stop at the basics. They hand you your prescription, they send you on your way, but thankfully there's one pharmacy out there that's different. It's All Family Pharmacy, of course. They carry the essentials, antibiotics, antivirals, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, and everyday prescriptions, but they don't stop there. They go further by offering advanced health solutions you won't find at most places. From NAD Plus for energy and healthy aging, to methylene blue for sharper focus, to glutathione for detox and immune support, and Simorlin to support better sleep and recovery. They're giving all of us access to both essential medications and innovative biohacking products to help you feel and perform your best. It's about more than just medicine. It's about taking control of your health, whether you're preparing for emergencies, managing day-to-day needs, or optimizing long-term performance. That's why so many people are choosing All Family Pharmacy, because they have everything you need all in one place, including the doctor's prescription. So allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN today. You can go there and get what you need for your family. Don't forget to use that code RSBN10 to get that 10% off. And speaking of RSBN, if you'd like to donate, all you have to do is text RSBN to 801-801 or go to rsbnetwork.com/donate. It is almost noon here on Thursday, October 9th. I usually wear the American flag, the pin, but I got this one for $1.35 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, as I was up in Pennsylvania with my family as we just got back from a trip there, and our daughter turned 1. It was quite the smash cake experience there for the baby. It was kind of cool to see that. And back to the pin, and then I want to talk to you about family real quick as we're getting ready for, of course, the president. This is a Pennsylvania pin that I got, and it was at the at the Harrisburg Capitol building. And you know, you think about Pennsylvania and you think about Philadelphia, maybe you think about Independence Hall, you think about 1787, the great leaders, the forefathers of our country, founding fathers. And then 10 minutes from there in Philadelphia, as I went with a buddy of mine, we took a quick trip over there, because we saw that the Chinese flag was flying at City Hall in Philadelphia. You saw this, maybe you didn't see the reports, but that happened. So we traveled to Philly, saw the CCP flag there, couldn't believe it. 10-minute walk to Independence Hall. And so I interviewed some people. It's on my Truth Social at Matthew Alvarez if you want to check it out, but just astounding to see something like that. Then we went over to Independence Hall, saw that. It was great to see the George Washington statue outside of Independence Hall. Then we went over to the Rocky statue. Never seen that before. I was born in Pennsylvania, never saw the Rocky statue. It was pretty cool to run up the steps. I'm glad I was able to make it. To be honest, those of you that have never seen the Rocky statue in Philadelphia, well, in the movies, it looks like the steps go on and on and on and on. And it's like, oh my gosh, it's such a hard thing to do. It was easy. It's interesting how your imagination makes something think it's so difficult. And then when you actually go and do it, it's not that bad. So anyway, we did that. It was great to just be there in Philadelphia with the Rocky statue. And there was an American flag there, and posted that as well. Because we were talking about our country. And just glad that it wasn't a CCP flag that was hanging. Can you believe it? And the Chinese flag, I don't know if it's still hanging there at City Hall, but I've got the video for it. And if you want to see it, it's on Matthew Alvarez for Truth Social there. Anyway, let's get back to it here. It's 12:02, Thursday, October 9th. Let's go to a video that you may have seen early on in the broadcast. We started at 9 o'clock this morning, so we're going on 3 hours. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We had that long interview with T.S. Dixon. It's my first broadcast back for about a couple weeks. It's my first real long vacation that I've probably ever had in my career, this long of a vacation. But I always was thinking still about the country. And, you know, you think about God, family, country, and freedom, right? And I talk about that all the time here on the broadcast. But one thing I really got to focus in on is family, the family aspect. You know, you can think about God and your faith in him, and then you can think about the country, and we need this country to be saved, and, you know, and for us to continue to have freedom in the Constitution. But sometimes you can just say God, family, country, you know, and freedom. And this time it was great to disconnect a little bit. I mean, I still posted on Truth and that kind of thing, but to spend that time with family and friends was powerful. And those are we the people as well. You can't just be like, just for God, just for country. Could, but it was really refreshing to remember that aspect of family and friends. And it was really great. And yeah, anyway. All right, so it's 12:03. Let's go to a video that we played early on. Let's ramp it up a little bit, shall we? As we await the President of the United States there at the cabinet meeting. Let's go to the video that I believe DVIDs is from the Department of War. This is all about the southern border. If you want an update, or if you don't, still got to watch if you're going to keep watching here. There's a video that's out there that's pretty cool. Let's just take a look at this great video of our military and Customs Border Protection and what they've been up to since President Trump has been in office. Take a look. Today is Leif Erikson Day. Leif Erikson was a famous Viking explorer who discovered the coast of Newfoundland over a millennium ago. This is a hugely important holiday, particularly to Scandinavian Americans who celebrate his legacy as a great explorer, as a devout Christian, and really just a fascinating individual in the history of our continent.
Sweden and various other countries. We have a lot of people from Sweden, a lot of Scandinavians. This is very important for Scandinavians, and it's a great honor. Another one that's,
this is like
I think, very non-controversial, frankly, but some people would say it's controversial. Go ahead.
This is like Explorer Day for you, sir. Today we have your Columbus Day proclamation for Monday, which we're signing a bit early. Christopher Columbus obviously discovered the New World in 1492. He was a great Italian explorer. He sailed his 3 ships, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, across the Atlantic Ocean and landed in what's today the Caribbean. But this is a particularly important holiday for Italian Americans who celebrate the legacy of Christopher Columbus and the innovation and explorer zeal that he represented.
In other words, we're calling it Columbus Day.
Yes.
That was the press that broke out in applause. Can you believe that? I've never seen that happen before. The press actually broke out in applause. Good. Columbus Day. We're back. Columbus Day, we're back, Italians. We love the Italians. Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Great. Thank you very much.
Have a good one, sir.
So we covered Scandinavia and Italy. Not bad. Now for the rest of the world. So I want to thank everybody for being here. As you know, last night we reached a momentous breakthrough in the Middle East, something that people said was never going to be done. We ended the war in Gaza and really, on a much bigger basis, created peace. And I think it's going to be a lasting peace, hopefully an everlasting peace. Peace in the Middle East. We secured the release of all of the remaining hostages, and they should be released on Monday or Tuesday. Getting them is a complicated process. I'd rather not tell you what they have to do to get them. There are places you don't want to be, but we are getting the hostages back on Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, and that'll be a day of joy. I'm going to try and make a trip over. We're going to try and get over there, and we're working on the timing, the exact timing. We're going to go to Egypt, where we'll have a signing, an additional signing. We've already had a signing representing me, but we're going to have an official signing. And the amazing thing is all of the countries over there, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to UAE to all of them, I mean, the rich ones, the less than rich ones, they've all come together, something which is amazing, actually. They've all come together for this, and they're really probably the best relationships they've ever had. So it's been really something incredible that nobody thought it was possible to get it done. And very importantly, the hostages are coming back. As you know, they consider them hostages. They talk about them as hostages, but there are approximately 28 dead people, mostly young, mostly men, but and boys. I mean, boys. The one woman talked about her baby. Her baby's 25 years old, but you know, to her it's her baby, and we're bringing them home. We're getting everything, and to those parents, the dead young man is just as important as though this person were alive. It's amazing. I've never seen anything quite like it. I've been very much involved. I've never seen anything quite like it. But it's really peace in the Middle East. And you remember October 7th was terrible, but also from the Hamas standpoint, they probably lost 70,000 people. That's big retribution. That's big retribution. But at some point, that whole thing has to stop, and we're going to see to it. Gaza is going to be slowly redone. You have tremendous wealth in that part of the world by certain countries, and just a small part of that, what they make will do wonders for Gaza. And I think you're going to see some tremendous countries stepping up and putting up a lot of money taking care of things. But there's tremendous spirit like I haven't seen. And even the news, I won't call it fake news for this purpose because they really were very fair today, I must tell you, in all cases. But they covered it very well. They covered it very fairly. Everybody loves it. Everybody. People that were never giving us a fair shake, frankly, they can't even believe it. They're so they're amazed by it. A lot of people are. But it was just everything came together. I think the attack was very important on Iran because let's say that didn't happen, they'd probably by now have a nuclear weapon, numerous nuclear weapons, and therefore even if we signed a deal, there'd be a big dark cloud over it, and it wouldn't be the same thing. So Iran's different, but Iran is on peace now. They've informed us, and they've acknowledged that they're totally in favor of this deal. They think it's a great thing. So we appreciate that, and we'll work with Iran. As you know, we have major sanctions on Iran and lots of other things. We would like to see them be able to rebuild their country too, but they can't have a nuclear weapon. So I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the leaders of Qatar, Egypt, and Turkey for helping us reach this incredible day and for being there. They were there with us all the way. And of course, as you know, Saudi Arabia and Jordan and so many. I will tell you, President Erdogan was personally involved in dealing with Hamas and some of the others. He's been great. They've all been really amazing. Indonesia's been amazing. Indonesia's been fantastic. The whole world has come together for this. People that didn't get along, people that didn't like each other, neighboring countries that frankly didn't like each other, but now it's just this moment in time. So we look forward to welcoming the hostages, like you can't believe, home to their families, and that'll take place early next week. We hope Monday or Tuesday. And all Americans should be proud of the role that our country has played in bringing this terrible conflict to an end. And I want to thank, some of the people, JD, you were fantastic, and Pete, you were great. Marco was fantastic. Some of you were very much involved. I'm looking around. So indirectly, I think almost everybody in this room was involved. Susie, I want to thank you very much. You were incredible. You've done an incredible job. So, and yes, John, what you've done was invaluable. CIA, John Ratcliffe, and he's done an incredible job. So I want to thank you all, and if I'm missing anybody, I apologize, but you've been amazing. And then you have Steve Witkoff, who worked so hard. And you remember we settled 7, this is number 8, we settled 7 wars, or major conflicts, but wars. And this is number 8. And the one that I thought would be maybe the quickest of all would be Russia-Ukraine, and I think that's going to happen too. But in the meantime, they're losing about 7,000 people a week, and that seems pretty bad. They're losing mostly soldiers, young soldiers, they're getting killed. And while it doesn't affect us in a lot of ways, we've got a big ocean in between, you don't want to see that happen. It was a big mistake. That war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I were president. So we're here this morning for a cabinet meeting as my administration continues to deliver for the American people, despite the radical left lunatics that shut down our government. You have Democrats that they have no leadership. We don't even know who to deal with over there. At least they know who to deal with. We have no idea who we're dealing with over there. It's like they have no idea what they're doing. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen government at the same funding levels. We're not going to do anything only good for health care. We're really, I think, become the party of good health care. And they keep using health care as a cudgel. They want to try and get everyone thinking about health care. We're the ones that are saving health care. In fact, one of the things we're doing is we're going to be reducing the cost 100%, 200, 300, 500%, and even more than that, because as you know, we're in the process of favored nations right now. We've exercised that laws because we were subsidizing the entire world. The entire world pays a fraction of what the United States has been paying. And we've numerous Pfizer and other companies have already signed, and Other countries are a bigger problem because they've been getting a subsidized rate. We've been paying for years. This has gone on for 30 years. We've been reducing the rate of drugs for other countries because we've been paying much more than we're supposed to. And they used all sorts of ideas like research and development. I said, what about Germany? What about these other countries? Aren't they paying? No, we have to pay research and development. It was all nonsense, and I couldn't listen to it anymore. So it's a very radical, big, tough shift. Very tough. We got a lot of things going on there. But, you know, and you probably heard me say this in my first term, I think it was my third year, we reduced drugs from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. And I was so proud of it. I actually had a news conference to announce it, and it was 1/8 of 1%. Think of that, which is barely a reduction. But it's the first time in 28 years that there was a reduction in drug prices for the year. So from the beginning to the end, it was 1/8 of 1%. And I was so proud of myself. I did something that nobody else could do. But when I started to think about it, I said, doesn't make sense. And then I'm starting to look at numbers where a pill or a treatment or some pharmaceutical product is selling in Europe for 10% of what we pay for in New York City or in any one of our places, in cities, states. And then I see people leaving for other countries to go buy their pharmaceuticals, where they make journeys to various other countries, including Europe, where they got the best bargains of all. And I put an end to it. It's over. And now we're, in major, I guess, disputes, but we're winning the disputes by a lot. With the countries, a couple of countries said, we won't do this. I said, well, it's unfair that we're paying 10%, and, you're paying just a fraction of what we're paying for the same product made in the same plant. And they said, well, we're not going to do it. I said, that's okay. You don't have to do it. But I'm going to put a tariff of 9% or 7% or whatever the amount of money is. And I'm going to put a tariff on your country for the amount of money that you're taking advantage of us for. No, you can't. I said, yeah, I can do that. I'm going to do that. And they would immediately agree. And it'd make the tariff substantially more than the number we're talking about. And they would immediately agree. So we have the consent, I think, Bobby, of every country, essentially. They know that if they don't do it, we're going to put a tariff on for double the price, and then they're going to do it. So we never had that before. You never had anybody in here that knew what the hell they were doing, I'll be honest. It really it makes me angry. Because for years and years, and this started many years ago, and basically we subsidize the world. So this is going to have a huge positive impact on Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. But anything where there's pharmaceuticals, drugs involved, it's going to have a tremendous impact. So we're going to get drug reductions of 100%. I told you 1/8 of 1% that I was proud of myself. Now you're going to get 100%, 150%, 200, 300, 400, 500%. You're going to get the biggest drug reductions that you've ever seen. And they're already, I guess they're starting to kick in, but we've made deals with numerous companies and we're going for the full bore. We want whatever the price is. So that would mean that the world price, because the world is bigger than the United States, a lot more people, but the world price will go up a little bit and our price will come down a lot. So if a pill sells for $10 in London and $100 here, the pill will go to $20 in London and $20 for us. It's pretty simple. And that is a number that nobody can even fathom. It's a little like tariffs. Nobody knew how big they were. Nobody knew until they started seeing the trillions of dollars that have come in. I don't know why they didn't understand it. It's something they should have understood. We were taken advantage of for years with tariffs, and now I don't want to say we're taking advantage, but we've become a very strong country because of the money that's coming in. Republicans have voted repeatedly to pass a clean, nonpartisan bill to reopen our government, and remember, at the same funding levels both parties have supported in the past. So the radical Democrats have chosen to put the economy of our country. We have the best economy we've ever had. We had the best economy in my first term. but we have an economy that's blowing it away, and we have the Democrats that are trying to obstruct. They don't want to have a good economy. I don't think they want to have a good country. That's why they try and stop our law enforcement from doing what we did in Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C., we have a great, safe, beautiful capital right now. Beautiful. It's so safe. You can walk down the street. Numerous people standing before me were mugged. And you're not going to get mugged anymore. We have a safe capital, one of the safest. We took it from one of the most unsafe places to one of the most safe places in the country. And we also beautified it, and we're in the process of doing even more so. So we're very proud of our capital. Again, we were embarrassed by our capital. A lot of people being killed. They'd come from Iowa, Indiana, Florida. They'd come up, and they end up getting shot. They're not getting shot. We moved out 1,700 people approximately, right? Approximately 1,700 hardened criminals, career criminals. They moved them out. So Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the congressional Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage. I will tell you, a lot of Democrats want to get this thing open too. They do. They're calling us, and they just want to get it open. And all we're doing is saying, just play the same thing until we get it straight. And they don't know how to go about it. I mean, and the problem is we really don't know who the hell is leading the Democrats. You have this AOC. I don't know her at all, but I watched her the other day. She said, well, if they want, they could come to my office. That's not leadership, you know. The only one that challenged her actually was Nancy Pelosi, and Nancy's not looking too good. I don't know what happened to Nancy, but she's not looking great. But she was the only one. I give her credit. She was the only one that challenged her. But AOC said that they can come to her office and negotiate, the Republicans. And we're saying, oh, I didn't know she was in leadership. But she's taking Hakeem Jeffries' place, and Schumer's afraid that she's going to run against him. And right now, I don't know. He can change. Life is crazy, right? But right now, he can't beat. I don't think he can beat anybody. So he'll lose in a primary. I would say he'll retire before he loses in a primary. Schumer's going to retire because he can't beat anybody. His polls are so bad. Meanwhile, the Democrat shutdown is causing pain and suffering for hardworking Americans, including our military, our air traffic controllers, and impoverished mothers, people with young children, people that have to live not the greatest of lives. But we're doing so many tax cuts. We've cut their taxes. The great, big, beautiful bill, we've cut their taxes at levels that nobody's ever seen. I mean, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's been a great thing for a lot of people. They're doing great. Despite all of the damage that it's caused, the shutdown has been, pretty damaging. I mean, it's not yet because it's early, but it gets a little bit worse as it goes along. And we'll be making cuts that will be permanent. And we're only going to cut Democrat programs. I hate to tell you. I guess that makes sense. But we're only cutting Democrat programs. But we're going to start that, and we have Russell. We can talk to you about it if he wants to, but we'll be cutting some very popular Democrat programs that aren't popular with Republicans, frankly, because that's the way it works. They wanted to do this, so we'll give them a little taste of their own medicine. But Chuck Schumer proclaimed this morning that every day gets better for them. No, every day it's actually getting worse for them. And they're having a rebellion in the Democrat Party because they want to stop. And if you saw all of Schumer's, I watched last night like 10 different times over the years, he said, you can't shut down government, you can't shut down. And now he's the one that shut it down. So this is a confession that he's acting not to serve the people, but to serve the partisan interests of his party. And I don't think he's serving them well because they're way down. Look, they just lost an election in a landslide. It was interesting. I watched Kamala. It was a sad figure. I watched her the other day saying the election was very close. I said, no, the election was a landslide. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the Electoral College by, I think, 312 or 315 to 220 something. But there's another one that we won that's why when you see the maps are completely red. It's counties. The counties, we won at 2,505 to 525. So 2,000 525. That's called one of the greatest, biggest landslides in history. And that's one that people are using now as a primer. But literally, when you see it colored in, the entire country is red representing Republicans. So, you know, they go around, they just lie. They just lie. And everything's a big lie with them. While the other side, and the other thing I don't understand is, Christie, I looked at crime numbers in Chicago. They're through the roof. And I have a governor who stands up every day and tells us how wonderful Chicago is. It's just a lie. It's like a con job. It's like Gavin Newsom. He says how well he's doing in California, and they're doing terribly. Population's getting smaller. People are leaving. And other people are coming in. And, you know, I wouldn't say it's an even trade. While the other side is focused on playing games, the Trump administration is focused on creating jobs, bringing down prices. And we've really brought them down a lot. That's the other thing. We're bringing down prices a lot. We're bringing down grocery prices. But the big thing is energy. When you bring down energy, everything comes down. And the energy prices are way down. I see we're down to about $61 now a barrel. And what gasoline's going to be, I think gasoline's going to be below $2 at some point in the pretty near future. It's very low, much lower than it was under Sleepy Joe. And we're restoring law and order in our country. We're restoring it here, but we're restoring it right now. We're in Memphis. We're going to Chicago. We're going to other cities. Many governors are asking us to, including Democrats are trying to ask. I don't know what the big problem is. If I were a Democrat governor, I'd be saying, whatever you can do to get crime down, I'll take anybody. You can bring them in I don't care who it is. A lot of people said that. They interviewed women, these beautiful women in Chicago, black women with a MAGA hat, a red hat. They said, we don't care who he brings in here, but this place is really dangerous. We just want crime to stop. It's true. They don't care. You know, they don't differentiate between the National Guard and the Marines. They don't care. They'll take anybody. And that's the way it is. I mean, they want what we did in D.C., they want to happen to them. And it's happening in Memphis already. I see in less than a week, the numbers are really good. And it'll be great, and we'll fix that. We'll go to various other places, and we're going to be stopping crime in our cities. And that's a great thing, and we won't get credit for it, but it's a great thing. We've launched a historic campaign to take back our nation from the gangs and the street criminals, violent repeat offenders, illegal alien lawbreakers, domestic extremists, and savage, bloodthirsty cartels. And very little, by the way, is coming in by water, in case you haven't known. The drugs aren't coming in by water. In fact, we can't even find any boats in the water anymore. We had boats, we were like a subway train loaded up with drugs. Every single boat that you see getting taken out kills 25,000 Americans. Think of that. Because it's pretty tough stuff. But it kills 25,000 Americans. So when you hear that, it's no longer tough. But here in Washington, we've deployed federal law enforcement and National Guard to restore public safety, and we're working to replicate that in numerous places all over the country. And we have a very powerful military. We have a very powerful National Guard. I want to thank the governor of Texas, who has been, as usual, great. Governor Abbott, he gave us 400 troops without even a question. And we have other governors likewise doing what has to be done, because they know we have to confront crime. We're directly confronting the sinister threat of left-wing domestic terrorism and violence, including the terrorist group Antifa. You saw that yesterday. We had a news conference. Antifa's out of control in Portland and other places, but mostly Portland in the case of Antifa. And we had people that were really badly affected by them. It was terrible. So one of those things, but we're knocking the hell out of them. And we're looking for the people that are funding them, and those people are going to be just as guilty as the people that smack people over the head with a baseball bat. And I'd like now to ask Attorney General Bondi and Secretary Noem to discuss this a little bit and tell where we are. And then we'll go around the room. We'll go quickly. We're going to go quickly if we can, because we have a lot of things to do, including I won't be spending that much time here because I'll be leaving fairly soon for the Middle East. And I'm very honored to be involved with that, I'll tell you. It's a great thing for our country. People are so happy about it. I've never experienced anything I've never seen such universal praise for being able to do something. No, it's something that nobody thought was possible, and we're going to end up having peace in the Middle East. Who would have thought? So, Pam, could you start, and then Christy, please.
Sure, President Trump, and despite the Democrats' shutdown of our government, our law enforcement officers are out there working without paychecks, round the clock, to keep and make America safe. Secretary Hegseth and I were recently in Memphis. We had 1,100 law enforcement officers in one room with us. They were the happiest to see us, don't you think, Secretary Hegseth, of anyone. We had ATF, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals. I'm not sure if our park police were there. We had Treasury, Secretary Bessent, and of course we had Secretary Noem's Homeland Security, all working together with the Guard. They were so happy to have us there. We've been making arrests left and right. So far, we made 562 arrests and seized 144 illegal guns just in the short time we've been in Memphis.
And many of these people are career criminals. And when you take them out of a place, your crime rate just goes down. These people commit crimes every single day. They're sick. And we're taking them out. In some cases, we're bringing them back to their countries where Biden allowed, with the stupid open borders that we had in our country, to come in. But they're being brought back to other places, or they're being put in jail, but they're career criminals.
President Trump, last night alone, we made 91 arrests, 19 firearms off the streets, and one was a warrant for a homicide, and 4 sex offenders who had active warrants. One was a sex offender on a child. Everything we did in Memphis was worth it, in my opinion, for that one arrest. Think about that. We got a child rapist off the streets, but yet we've made 562 arrests and still going strong in Memphis. Just what we did in D.C. But it's because it's all of us. It's a team working for you to make America safe, all together, round the clock.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank
You're
you,
doing a great
President
job.
Trump.
And it's amazing that we're not getting cooperation from Democrats. It's like, it's a new issue. You know, we have all the old issues of the wall and the border and all of the things, men playing in women's sports who they still want that, transgender for everybody. All these issues are so crazy, but we have a new one. It's called crime. And they allow crime. They want crime. It doesn't make sense. I think it's as ridiculous as the other things that we talk about all the time. But I've added it onto our list, a 5-letter word called crime. We stop it, and they actually incite it. It's crazy. You would think they'd want them. You'd think they'd want Christy and Pam and other people. If we needed the military, Pete will be there. We've got a massive military. We have the best numbers we've ever had for recruitment. We have a lot of people now. We have people that can't get into them. In a great economy, they want to be soldiers again. A year ago, they didn't want to even think about it. Same thing as with police and firemen, everything. They want to join. They're proud of our country again. Christy, go ahead, please.
Well, sir, thank you for your leadership and for deploying all of government to help us keep our country safe. You have talked extensively about how threatened our ICE officers are, but all of our law enforcement out there. And we saw the shooting in Dallas at that facility, so we're hardening all of our buildings and making sure that we have more security measures, snipers on the roof, people to protect our law enforcement while they're out there on the streets. But what I'm also doing, sir, is, and with your authority, is we're purchasing more buildings in Chicago to operate out of. We're going to not back off. In fact, we're doubling down, and we're going to be in more parts of Chicago in response to the people there. And then I was there a few days ago and looked at some facilities that we can deploy more law enforcement out of, because what they're trying to do with these riots and violence is distract us and keep us from going after those murderers and rapists that are out in the streets. And then I was in Portland, went out and back on Tuesday and met with the governor, met with the mayor, met with the chief of police and the superintendent of the highway patrol. They are all lying and disingenuous and dishonest people. Because as soon as you leave the room, then they make the exact opposite response. So we're looking at new facilities to purchase. They're in Portland too, and we're going to double down. And I told them if they didn't meet our demands for safety and security on the streets and work with us, then we were going to bring in more federal law enforcement. So I want to thank Pete and the Department of War for all their help. They've been fantastic, but while we fight litigation and work with Pam on that, we're going to send more of our resources and men and women out there to keep everybody safe. So no worries. What we see in D.C. and what we see in Memphis for benefits for people in the safety and security, we'll see that in Chicago and Portland.
And the numbers in Memphis, it's only a week, but the numbers have been amazing, I understand.
That's exactly right.
The crime numbers are way down.
Fantastic, and it shows what a partnership can be between local law enforcement and the federal government. And if we have to do it the hard way in Portland and Chicago, we will. But the people demand.
And President Trump, my lawyers are in court right now as we speak for you, arguing in Chicago and Portland to keep them safe, to bring in the Guard. The government doesn't want it there, but we do. We're going to keep their citizens safe, thanks to you.
The people want it. I don't understand the politics of it. I don't understand why Pritzker is trying to protect people that are really bad.
They're more scared of the anarchists that are on the street and the politics of it, of doing the right thing.
I think they're afraid.
Yeah,
I think they're threatened. They don't tell us, but I think Pritzker's threatened by people. There's no other reason that this could be possible, that they don't want to have a safe Chicago. And we can solve the problem very quickly. And we're doing that anyway, regardless of if he doesn't want it or if he does want it, we're doing it anyway. So make sure.
I asked the mayor that himself. He said that Portland was perfectly safe, a beautiful city, no problems. And I said, well, why did you clear the streets for me today then and build out a 4-block radius to make sure and these people on the street screaming death to ICE. There's graffiti that says Molotovs melt ice. We have the guillotines. We're going to use them.
Portland's almost different. It's like anarchists.
It is. It really is.
You know, it's really different than a lot of the
awful.
others. This is a sick situation, but those are anarchists. Those are people that want to overthrow government. They're really degenerates. And we're finding out who is supplying powerful signs and everything else.
Well, Scott's been fantastic. His team finding the financial networks is great. That's what
Okay,
gives
Scott.
everybody.
Scott will do that. That's easy for Scott.
We got a great team, sir.
That's good. How about we go to Marco? You can talk a little bit about what's going on, and
well,
go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President. I don't know if one day perhaps the entire story will be told about the events of yesterday, but suffice it to say, it's not an exaggeration that none of it would have been possible without the President of the United States being involved. It really began with your trip to the Middle East, where these relationships were forged with partners in the region, personal relationships, close relationships that created the foundation where all of this was possible. Where I think this really took a turn. Remember, a month ago, no one thought this was possible. Where it really took a turn about a month ago, less than a couple weeks ago, is when we were at the United Nations, and you convened a historic meeting, not simply of Arab countries, but of Muslim-majority countries from around the world, including Indonesia was there, Pakistan was there, and created this coalition behind this plan. Then on that following Monday, you met with the Prime Minister of Israel here, and that plan was presented. And then, of course, our great negotiating team followed up on it. In the interim, again, perhaps the stories will be told, perhaps they will never be told. The President had some extraordinary phone calls and meetings that required a high degree of intensity and commitment, and made this happen. And I think what's important to understand is that yesterday what happened was really a human story. There's a geopolitical aspect to it, there's no doubt about it. It creates the conditions for Gaza to one day be a normal place again, and people to have a better life, and Israelis to be safe. But yesterday was a human story. And because of the work you put in, and honestly, not only is there no other leader in the world that could have put this together, Mr. President, but frankly, I don't know of any American president in the modern era that could have made this possible. Because of the actions you have taken unrelated to this, and because of who you are and what you've done and how you're viewed. And this weekend, because of that, at some point very soon, we are going to see 20 living human beings emerge from the darkness into the light for the first time in 2 years. And that is because not only were you used the credibility and the power and the prestige of this office and the relationships you created, and you committed yourself to making it happen. And I think it will go down as a historic moment in the history of our country, and something our country should be very proud of, that we have a president that's committed to not just peace, but to the human aspect of reuniting these families. My last point on this is just a couple of days ago, Secretary Lutnick hosted us all, many of us, at the Kennedy Center. And we have these families, we've interacted with them for so many years, for 2 years now. And the stories are heartbreaking, both whose families are alive and those who are deceased as well, who want their relatives back so that they can complete the process of grieving. And it was, we had all hoped that perhaps that was the day that we would have an announcement for them on the anniversary of the 7th. But I know you were able to speak to some of those families last night. And I just hope the whole nation understands how incredibly proud they should be of their president and of their country for the role that they've played. And I don't want to let this moment pass, Mr. President, without also noting Witkoff and Jared Kushner. They're an incredible team working together, facing some substantial impediments to even being there this weekend and doing it. Let me just leave it at that. And they've done a great job on your behalf, Mr. President. They deserve a tremendous amount of credit. But thank you for what you've done for the world. For the world.
Thank you very much, Rose. I appreciate it. I think because we have a very busy day with all that's going on, what we'll do is maybe just a few of you raise your hand if you'd like to say something that don't talk too long. He's doing such a great job. So good that he could talk all day. That's the problem, right? But and what we'll do is just take a few hands, and then we'll go back to getting peace done. Okay? We'll go a little bit quicker. We'll take a few questions from the press. Go ahead, please.
President Trump, I just want to double down on what Marco was sharing. It's such a remarkable accomplishment. Agree that no other president could have done this, but what set the groundwork for you able to do that? When you took office on January 20th, you made a 180-degree turn in our military strength with Pete's leadership. You were the master class in peace through strength. So militarily, we've completely turned around. We've demonstrated that through execution against Iran and others, that we have force. We want to end wars, but we use power if we have to. And then secondarily, peace through strength is also the prosperity, having the strongest economy and being willing to wield the power of a tariff in addition to the military power to reorder the globe. Those two things that you're standing on, both economic power and military power, allowed these negotiations to go forward. And I think as you've described the importance of these economic negotiations and all the trade deals, but that also begins with another 180-degree turn, and that was the 180-degree turn on energy. You have used energy diplomacy to bring prosperity to the American people, and you've used it to bring peace abroad. The combination of those three things have been remarkable, and now we're seeing the remarkable result. And we got one more that I know you want to end with Russia and Ukraine. Energy is going to play a key role in that, and now with this historic agreement, we're in a position working with the Middle East to also end the Russian-Ukraine conflict. So again, congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll go to you for a second. You can just cap out what he said about the military, how well we're doing, and how big it is, and how strong it is.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. At the War Department, you don't get peace without strength. And our job is to be the strength part of the equation and deliver that when necessary, as you demonstrated with your Order of Midnight Hammer. And the entire world saw. And I just want to echo what Marco said. It is a personal honor to be able to witness the way you lead and negotiate. I wish people had a full understanding of what that looks like, that historic nature. A lot of us, the Vice President, Tulsi, Lee, Doug, probably after decades of war and the chaos that was unleashed through reckless and foolish American policies, never thought this kind of peace would be possible. Yet, with your strength, with your ability to wield trade negotiations, personal relationships, to open up that opportunity is truly historic on the world stage. And it creates a whole number of other cascading effects. And watching Marco and the Vice President and Steve and Jared, the CIA director, everybody come together to make it happen. You've formed a phenomenal team, Mr. President. And at the War Department, our job is to make sure if and when there's question about American commitment, the whole world knows we've got the biggest, strongest, most lethal, and most ready War Department in the world, which is true, which is why we saw record recruitment in 2025, Mr. President. The first 2 weeks of 2026 already blows that out. FY 2026 already blows it out of the water. In fact, re-enlistment has already met its year-long goal in the Marine Corps in 2026. Okay. You can't. There's no other way to create that kind of love and enthusiasm than with your leadership, sir. And it is an honor to work with Pam and with Christy in the cities across the country to make sure American citizens and law enforcement are protected with our National Guard. That's a core mission. And last thing, Mr. President, on the southwest border, the first group that rotated in to lock down that border to 0 crossings is now rotating out. And with a new border medal, the Southwest Border Medal, or it's actually called the Mexican Border Medal, revived from 1918, that will be pinning on their chest. So thank you for renaming the department, and we're trying to live up to it every day. So thank you, sir.
I mean, think of this. We have record numbers of recruitment. 1 year ago, there were stories, front page stories, that we couldn't get anybody to join the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard. My beautiful, I call it our beautiful Space Force. I love our Space Force. It's turned out to be very important. But we couldn't get anybody to join. Nobody wanted to join, including our police and fire. They didn't want to join anything. Recruitment was embarrassing. We couldn't get anybody. And now we're brimming. Now it's, and they're getting in based on merit now. A soldier's a soldier. They come in now based on merit, not based on woke stuff that anybody can qualify. You have to qualify for jobs. You have to qualify for certain types of jobs. And it's amazing. So we were embarrassed a year ago. Think of it, a little bit more than a year ago. I think it stopped on November 5th. I think it really started, this all started on November 5th, the election day. But now everybody wants to be in. We have an overabundance, and maybe we should raise it a little bit. I don't know.
I like that idea, sir.
But we could raise it. But we have so many people want to join, and they're proud of our country again. JD, could I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. So just a couple of things. Mr. President, first of all, congratulations on yesterday. It was a big day. To Marco, to Susie, to the entire team. But in particular, viewing it from this perspective where for months the fake news media attacked you, attacked the entire team, attacked your approach. You know, the definition of insanity is to do the same thing again and again, expecting a different result. The reason we're here is because the president actually charted a different course with a different team. He vested a lot of authority in Steve Witkoff in particular, and that's why we're here. It's because you did something different, and I think it's important to recognize that. I also think the president, you know, Marco mentioned the president's personal touch being a big part of this. You know, one thing I would say is obviously the president of the United States, a New York real estate billionaire, one of the most famous New Yorkers in the world, has a lot of interaction with a lot of people who are very pro-Israel. I think that was an important set of experiences and life experiences that he brought to the table. He also, of course, knew one of the most famous Palestinians in the world, Chuck Schumer, and I think without that background of knowledge, it would have been impossible to get us to this point. Second thing I would say, just on Chuck Schumer, the president mentioned this, that Chuck Schumer said this has been very good for us this morning about the shutdown. One of the things that we talked about before all the media came in and that all of us are going to work on for the rest of the day, we've been working on for days, is how to make the shutdown as painless as possible on the American. So while Chuck Schumer brags about this being good, and I think the president is right, it's not good for him politically as much as he might think that it is, it's causing real consequences for the American people. There's a low-income food program, the WIC program, that my mom actually used when I was a baby. That program is about to be underfunded, and it's about to get cut off because Chuck Schumer won't open the government. We have troops. The Secretary of War mentioned how well we're doing on recruitment. We're trying to figure out how to pay our troops because Chuck Schumer is shutting down. There are veterans benefits that are going to suffer. There are Americans that are going to suffer because Chuck Schumer refuses to do his job. So while we're all celebrating this incredible success that we've had on the world stage, the country could be doing so much better if Chuck Schumer did his job and opened the government. Every single Republican, except for Rand Paul, has voted to open the government. A few moderate Democrats, to their credit, have voted with us to open the government. We just need 5 more Democrats to come to their senses and let the people's government serve the American people. I hope that they'll do that. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, to follow up on that point, Mr. President, the Democrat or Schumer shutdown did not begin 8 or 9 days ago. It began 8 or 9 months ago with your inauguration. For the first time in American history, every Senate confirmed appointee who are our deputies to run our department, every one of them has been filibustered. One of the critical parts of my department is the National Nuclear Security Administration. It maintains, manufactures our nuclear weapons and our engines for nuclear submarines and nuclear aircraft carriers. We are a key supplier to Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. They filibustered, the Democrats filibustered the leader The administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration would not let him come into my department until the Republicans 2 weeks ago changed the Senate rules so they could confirm him and we could have a leader. They filibustered the leadership, now they're filibustering the funding. In the next 6-7 days, we're going to run out of funding, and the retooling of our nuclear stockpile, the ultimate guarantor of our sovereignty, is going to be underfunded, and we're going to have to slow down and creep to a crawl these efforts. Just incredibly irresponsible for Schumer to worry about his own reelection and not the 340 million Americans that count on the efforts of our military and all of our departments. It's truly offensive, and we need to bring it to an end as soon as possible. Let's open the government back up.
And you're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Bobby, did you want to say something? You got a lot of things happening.
A lot of things.
A lot of very positive things, actually.
Mr. President, I'm glad you're getting bipartisan accolades on the Mideast peace agreement. You should also get bipartisan accolades on the MFN agreement. It is an historic agreement that's going to benefit every hardworking American. It's going to lower the price of drugs for every American. By the time this administration is over, we will have 95% of the drugs in this country will be the lowest price in the world. It immediately begins to affect Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, the other government programs. I remember when I went through the confirmation process, and the principal preoccupation of the Democrats during that process was whether I would continue the negotiations on drugs. The Democrats negotiated 10 drugs. I'm supposed to negotiate every year 15. The 10 that they negotiated, they claimed to get a 22% reduction, but it was a lie. It was 22% under the list price, which was actually higher than the price we were getting. Medicaid, Medicare ended up paying more for those drugs than they were paying beforehand. They only got a benefit on one drug. One was tied. 8 of them were low. So they should be applauding what we're doing now. We're doing something that every administration, Democrat and Republican, has been saying that it was going to do for decades, and you got it done because you understood the power of the tariffs. That we had leverage over these companies. And you did it in a way which you asked us to do, to negotiate in a way that was not going to stifle innovation, that was going to make those companies could bring their production home, and they are doing that. And it was a profound success. It will affect every American for 100 years. And you should be getting bipartisan accolades on that. I'll say one other thing about Tylenol, only because of this. This morning before I came in here, somebody showed me a TikTok video of a pregnant woman, 8 months pregnant. She is an associate professor at the Columbia Medical School. And she is saying F Trump and gobbling Tylenol with her baby in her placenta. And the level of Trump derangement syndrome has now left the political landscapes, and it is now in the realm of pathology. And a mother could overwhelm millions of years of maternal instinct to put her baby at risk. And all you have studies which you and I talked about, it's not dispositive that causes autism. It is so suggestive that anybody who takes this stuff during pregnancy, unless they have to, is irresponsible. There are 15 rodent studies. Every one of them shows if you give it to the mother, the babies, and particularly the male babies, have profound neurological and behavioral changes. There is a study from Johns Hopkins on cord blood where they divided women into 3 categories: those who had the least acetaminophen in their cord blood, and those who had the most. The ones with the most had 3.6 times the rate of autism in their children. The middle category had 2.2 times, so it's a dose-related response. And there are dozens of studies that show the countries that use the most with the highest level of autism. Cuba has the lowest level in the world of acetaminophen use, and it has the lowest autism rate in the world. So this is not dispositive. It is not proof. We're doing the studies to make the proof. But in the meantime, the precautionary principle should apply, and any mother who is taking this stuff during pregnancy just to get back at Donald Trump is doing something that is pathological. And we're seeing that across the board. I got a lot of other stuff to talk about, but I know we got a short time here. But thank you, Mr. President. You're making our country healthier again.
Thank you, Bobby. Could you just say, for the record, state what the autism was, let's say, 20 years ago and what it is today?
In 1970, the largest epidemiological study in history was performed. 900,000 kids were looked at. They were looking for autism in Wisconsin children. They looked at every child in Wisconsin who was 8 years old. They found an autism rate of 0.7 per 10,000. So almost close to 1 in 20,000, less than 1 in 10,000. Today, the autism rates are nationally 1 in 31, but it's actually much worse than that because California, which has the best collection system, reports an autism rate of 1 in every 19 children, 1 in every 12.5 boys. This is a national security issue. There is nothing more important, and I'm grateful to you, Mr. President, because you know the flack that you take for talking about this issue. You've shown courage and you've shown leadership, and I can't thank you enough for letting me do this work.
Thank you. So think of that, 1 in 20,000, and now it's 1 in 12 for boys, 1 in 18, 19 for girls. So obviously there's something that's artificially, I think, induced, something, whether it's the vaccines in terms of these massive vaccines that are twice the size of a jar like that, of a glass of water like that, I mean, into a baby's body. And I've suggested get them in doses, get them in, maybe 20%, 30%, but smaller, not such a big. I think, that. And we had certain recommendations, the MMR, take them separately. The measles is already separate now, and it works out much better, but there doesn't seem to be any impact if you take it separately. If you take it as a combination, it's not so great. And some other things, but I would say don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant, and when the baby is born, don't give it Tylenol. You can avoid it at all, just don't give it Tylenol.
I'll say this.
Really, what do you have to lose? You really don't have much to lose. Yeah, go ahead.
There's many other confirmation studies. There's 2 studies that show children who are circumcised early have double the rate of autism. And it's highly likely because they're given Tylenol. So, none of this is this positive, but all of it is stuff that we should be paying attention to.
Yeah. But, there's a tremendous amount of proof or evidence, I would say, as a non-doctor, but I've studied this a long time ago. I met Bobby in my office 20 years ago. We were talking about the same thing 20 years ago. And I was a real estate developer. It bothered me that it seemed to be getting worse, but it's so bad now when you hear these numbers. It's not even really sustainable. I don't know how people do it, but there is some very strong evidence on Tylenol. In fact, at one point, I guess the company gave a warning.
They still don't recommend it during pregnancy. That's the weird thing.
They're not recommending it, and that's the company itself. So just don't take it. Don't take it. If you're a woman, don't take it, and don't give it to the baby when the baby's born, and I think that's going to have an impact. But I'd also get the shots in smaller doses. There are a few things, we gave a few things that just seem to be, and I think you'd get that number way back up. Think of it. You have 1 in 20,000. Now it's not even believable when you think that 20,000 drops to 12 children. So that's induced by something that's given or taken, and it should be able to be stopped. And you're talking about the Pennsylvania Dutch. You were talking about the Amish, where they don't take any of this stuff, and they have virtually none, right? They have no autism. So we're doing something very bad. Somebody's been given some bad things. Other countries, by the way, we have 82 vaccines that we give simultaneously. And I'm a vaccine believer, by the way. I believe in the polio vaccine. I believe in a lot of vaccines. But when you give 82 vaccines in a shot to a little baby that hasn't even formed yet, It's a lot of vaccines. And in Japan, they give a much smaller number. In Germany, they give a much smaller, like 28 vaccines. That's a lot too. But 28 is a lot different than 82. So, but I would say on the Tylenol, don't take it. And that will be, I think it's going to be a big factor. I think it'll be a very good result. And I hope we're going to be able to see that result in the not too distant future. Because certainly people have heard us loud and clear. That's why I bring it up again. That's why I asked you to talk about it. Because this is a horrible thing. And if you don't take it, I mean, you have to tough it through sometimes. There are other things you can do, but you have to tough it out. It's easy for me to say. But I think you're going to see numbers that will, so it'll be so significantly improved and maybe fully improved. I mean, there's something there. There's something going on, and we have to address it. And so I'm addressing it the best I can as a non-doctor, but I'm a man of common sense. Okay, any other questions?
I'd like to comment on the workforce. Mr. President, a lot of people are calling to give you the Nobel Peace Prize after this peace deal that you managed to achieve in the Middle East. First of all, your opinion on that, and I was wondering about your trip to the Middle East, if you can tell us if you're considering to speak at the Knesset, at the Israeli parliament.
Well, they asked me to speak at the Knesset, and I've agreed to. If they would like me to, I will do it. It's the first time a president has ever done that, so that makes it very interesting, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so I will do it if they want me to. They have asked me to do that. Thank you.
Families of hostages are out in the streets in Israel dancing and crying tears of
They're
joy.
all dancing in the streets right now. They're dancing in the streets. They're so happy. Everybody's happy. They're dancing in the streets of Arab countries, Muslim countries. I've never seen anything like it. Everybody is happy. It's been really amazing. Thank you.
President Trump, on the international peacekeeping force that's going to deploy to Gaza soon, do you expect that Pakistan, Turkey, other countries to contribute forces? Has that become firmed up? And also on the shutdown, it seems like in the House there's a majority support for a temporary extension of the Obamacare, perhaps minus the funds for illegal immigrants. Is that how you see the deal to end the shutdown happening?
Well, I see the deal just getting extended as we continue to talk. But we're willing to pay because we're paying. It's very simple. We're paying. And the Democrats are the ones that caused this problem. And it's a big problem for them. And they have a lot of break in their ranks. But so I see that, I think that'll get worked out. But we want to get back before we do this. We don't want to have a gun held to our head. We don't like that. And the public doesn't like it either. So we want to get back. And I think it's going to work out. I think it's going to work out very well. It's something that shouldn't have happened. This was supposed to take place before the election. This was supposed to take place on September 28th before the election. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. This is actually something that shouldn't have even happened. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, looking ahead, what guarantees Hamas disarms and that Israel doesn't resume bombing once?
The thing we're doing is getting our hostages back, okay? And that's what people wanted more than anything else. They wanted these hostages back that have lived in hell like nobody has ever even dreamt possible. And after that, we'll see. But they've agreed to things, and I think it's going to move along pretty well.
But what is phase two? When does it begin?
I'm not going to talk about that because you sort of know what phase two is, but we will be disarming. There will be a lot of things are happening. I gave you a whole list of 22 different things that will take place. And I think it'll take place, and I think you're going to end up with peace in the Middle East. But we have to get our hostages back. And we weren't going to do it at the end. We're going to do it at the beginning. We said we want them at the beginning. We're not doing it. We got the hostages back. We did, as a group, with Steve and Jared and Marco and me and all of us. We got the hostages back. We got many of them back. Many, unfortunately, were dead. But we got many back that are now living with their families, with their parents in many cases, and with their husbands, families, wives. Many of them, they celebrate all over. They're the ones that are celebrating the loudest. They're all over. There are a lot of them that we got out. But the last 20, and I always said the last ones are going to be the most difficult. But it's been a very big deal getting the hostages out. But the rest is going to take place too.
And can you promise Palestinians they will be able to stay?
Well, they know exactly what we're doing. We're going to create something where people can live. You can't live right now in Gaza. The place is it's a horrible situation. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. So yeah, we're going to create better conditions for people. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, excuse me, what kind of security guarantees is the United States going to make for Gaza?
Well, we're going to work with very wealthy countries that love people, frankly. I know them very well. They love people, but they love Arab people, and they love Muslims, and they love, I think right now they love everybody, and they're immensely wealthy, and they're going to be involved in putting up money, and for them it's a small amount of money. For somebody else it's a large amount of money, but these are the wealthiest countries in the world, and they'll be very much involved in making it as good as possible.
And what's your take now on a two-state solution, sir? Just to follow up on that. What is your view now on a two-state solution for the...
I don't have a view. I'm going to go with what they agree to.
Mr. President, given that there are some tough provisions for Israel in this agreement, are you at all concerned that Bibi Netanyahu may not continue in his post? He may be deposed.
That Bibi may go a little bit out of whack?
That he may no longer be prime minister when this is over?
Look, that's politics. It could be. I don't know. I think he's very popular right now. He's much more popular today than he was 5 days ago. I can tell you. Right now, maybe people shouldn't run against him. 5 days ago, it might not have been a bad idea. No, Bibi's become... This has been a very good thing. I don't think he did it for that reason, okay? But I think just looking as an analyst would look at this, I think Bibi should be very popular right now. Yeah, please.
What will happen if Hamas says that it cannot locate or was not able to find all of the deceased hostages' bodies within the time frame?
We'll have to see. I think that's going to be, it's largely been answered. We know where most of them are. Actually, the bodies are a bigger problem because some of the bodies are going to be a little bit hard to find. It's a terrible thing to discuss even, but you understand, we're all people, we're grown-ups, we understand life. Nobody can understand this stuff because this could have taken place, but we have the hostages for the most part, and so I don't think it's going to be overly big. The situation with the bodies, they say 28. Some are going to be a little bit hard to find, but we're going to do the best we can. Yeah, please.
If they don't find them within the time frame.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Regarding Jared Kushner's role in the negotiations, can you explain a little bit about why he came on at the last minute? And then in regards to the WIC program that the Vice President mentioned, do you know when the funding that you promised through the tariff revenue will actually go through to communities? Because there's reports that WIC providers are actually starting to close down today.
Well, okay, let me just answer the Jared. So Jared's a very smart guy. He did the Abraham Accords. As some people say, the Abraham, which I love the way that sounds, but he did the Abraham Accords. It was a great thing. 4 big countries joined. If I were president, if the election would have been a correct election, which it wasn't, you'd have every country in there. Maybe even Iran would have been in there, frankly. But you'd have every country in. Now, by the way, that's going to be filled up rather quickly. People want to join the Abraham Accords. And I put Jared there because he's a very smart person, and he knows the region, knows the people, knows a lot of the players. And the combination of him and Steve Witkoff and Marco and Cooper, who is, as I hear, has been fantastic, and others that were involved. JD was very much involved. I mean, we had a very smart group of people working. We had a lot of different players, different countries, and very diverse countries, very different from each other. They had certain things in common, but they had a lot of things, mostly things that were not at all common to their countries. So we had a very smart group of people. These are high IQ people. Okay, I talk about how many low IQ people we have in our government. We got some real low ones, but some shockingly low. But these are very high IQ people, and that's what we want. I like high IQ people. Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you. Can I ask you about the China? You're meeting with President Xi. The Chinese have now set to put in new export controls on rare earth minerals, and they've stopped buying soybeans from the U.S. Get out of that meeting now with President Xi.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I just heard this a little while ago before we came in, so I haven't been briefed on it. the export. I mean, look, we have the ultimate export. We have import, and we have export. We import from China massive amounts, and maybe we'll have to stop doing that. But I don't know exactly what it is. Neither do you. Neither does anybody. It's a little bit soon. I just heard about it, and Howard will figure that out, and I'm sure we'll be able to handle it.
Can I ask you about the soybeans? What is the plan to help farmers? Is it direct checks? Is it tax? Have you sorted that out yet?
Well, what happens with soybeans is we're going to see more and more, I think, opening up. And part of the reason that we'll be he's got things that he wants to discuss with me, and I have things that I want to discuss with him. And one of the things is soybeans. I had a great deal with China where they would buy $50 billion worth of our farm product and manufacturing and other things, but farm product. And it was going along well. Then when the election turned out to be a rigged election and we had the wrong guy get in there, he didn't do anything about it. I used to call up President Xi every 2 weeks, or I'd call up people in China, say, you got to keep going, you're not buying the amount that you agreed to. And this went on for, ever since we signed the agreement. It was a great agreement. So they used to do 15 billion, and I got it up to 50 billion, 50. When Biden got in, they just never adhered to the agreement, and nobody in Biden's group, as you can imagine, did anything about it. So it just sat there for 4 years, and they didn't adhere to the agreement. And it's hard to go back after 4 years of nobody calling them, but I used to call them every 2 weeks. I'd say, you're a little low, or I appreciate it. Oftentimes I'd say, thank you very much. You are totally adhering to the agreement. We had an agreement that would buy $50 billion worth of our product, mostly farm product. And remember I said to the farmers, buy larger tractors and more land. And that's exactly what happened. They did well. But we do suffer. I'd like you to discuss that maybe for a second, Brooke. Sure. Very quickly, by the way.
Yes, sir.
But would you just talk about how Biden let us down? Biden, every single thing, every problem the farmer has is because Biden didn't.
The president has been unequivocal in his support of the farmers. First of all, in term one, we worked on it so hard and opened up markets, but especially this term. But here's what everyone has to understand. The farm economy is in a very uncertain time. But that isn't because of the current trade negotiations, although certainly the China part is part of that. But we inherited a slew of issues. First of all, as the president said, when we left Trump trade surplus. When we came back for Trump 2, it was a $50 billion ag deficit. That isn't everything, that's just agriculture. The second part is the cost of inputs for our farmers increased on average between 30 and 38%. But that includes fertilizer, it includes fuel, it includes interest rates, it includes labor. All of this came about under Joe Biden, a 47% increase in the cost of labor that now Secretary Chavez-DeRimmer and Noam and on fuel is coming down. Thank you. Interest rates, thankfully, are coming down. A 73% increase in interest rates for our farmers. They couldn't get loans to make sure that they could move forward. So that's all really, really important. And I think we have to realize what the president's commitment is this, that we are moving into an era of rural prosperity, of a golden age for our farmers in rural America. The trade renegotiations and the trade realignment that Jameson and Scott and Howard have led with the president's leadership is unlike anything that's happened in the history of our country. And those that will benefit the most are the original Americans, our farmers and our ranchers. The president has committed, if we need a bridge, he has talked about that to get us from the Biden years to the new Trump era. That's what we're working on every day. We've got to get the government reopened so that we can move forward on that. And once we do, we'll be able to move out a significant program to help our farmers. Long term, we have to change this hamster wheel of government. We've got to ensure that the farmers have the market to sell, and it's a national security issue and onshoring a lot of the food as well.
Okay,
so, sir, thank you.
Thank you, everybody. I think that's enough.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President. Thank you.
The country is doing very well. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, President. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go, guys. Thanks, guys. Let's go. Head out, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Right this way.
All right, so it's 1:14 Eastern time. You saw the 8th cabinet meeting of President Trump's second term live right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. There's still one more live stream that we have coming to you as the Finland president, Alexander Stubb, will be meeting the President of the United States right there at the White House. So we'll have that in a separate stream. I believe that's starting at 2:45 Eastern time. So 2:45 Eastern time, we'll see the Finland president and President Trump outside the White House there, the West Wing. As of right now, we'll be monitoring if there's a live feed from inside the Oval Office. If the president takes another round of questions, we'll see. All of this brought to you by some great sponsors, including Perplexity. Let's go to that one right now here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. You can see right there, you can unlock 1 month free of Rumble Premium through this as well. And a quick question for you. How much time do you spend every day on a web browser? How much time do you spend clicking around online, searching, scrolling, typing endless tabs? That's a lot, right? Well, there's a new AI web browser from Perplexity called Comet. And trust me, I've used it before. It's completely changing the way you're able to interact with your browser. So using Comet feels like having a personal assistant living in your web browser that can actually do things for you across the internet and not just give you answers. You can ask Comet to handle tasks for you, and it literally clicks, types, searches, and scrolls just like you would to get things done for you in the background while you go about your day. We're told that Comet can actually shop for you, make reservations, book travel, summarize articles or videos, send emails, schedule meetings, and a lot more to make your life easier. So all you have to do is download Perplexity's new AI web browser, Comet. This is by heading to the website you see right there on the bottom right of your screen, and let your browser work for you. Plus, right now, when you download Comet, you get a month again of Rumble Premium for free. So you see that website right there at the bottom right of your screen. A great new sponsor, great AI personal assistant called Comet. Be a lot easier to do something like that than take all that time trying to do it yourself. All right, so it's 1:16. Let's also go to crypto.com, and let's be clear about that. Cryptocurrency is no longer emerging. It's here. And this latest move cements that reality in a big way. So Trump Media just linked a massive $6.4 billion deal with Yorkville Acquisition Corp and Crypto.com. It's the crypto platform trusted by millions of users worldwide. So they're teaming up to scoop up that $6.4 billion in CRO. It's the powerhouse token that fuels fast, low DeFi, which means decentralized finance. Staking rewards and real-world perks like cashback on your spends to establish America's first CRO treasury. Trump Media Group CRO strategy as well. So when it's done, this new company will be the biggest publicly traded CRO holder out there. And if you want in on that action, all you have to do is go to crypto.com today, and let's make crypto great again. And to buy CRO, visit crypto.com today. All right, so it's 1:17, Thursday, October 9th. Thanks so much for sticking with us. Those of you that were live with us since 9 this morning, wow. On the East Coast, how about 6 a.m. on the West Coast? That's great. Great for you to stay with us, and great to see this cabinet meeting with President Trump. In the meantime, again, 2:45 Eastern. We'll be right back here on Right Side Broadcasting Network as we await the Finnish president, the Finland president, Alexander Stubb. For all of us here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and Matthew Alvarez. We'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat live show. Look, don't forget to check me out right here on RSBN Network. Be sure to watch the show on Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. Yes, it's imperative that you do so, okay? I look to see y'all soon. Bye-bye.
Tired of being told no by your doctor, your pharmacy, or worse, your insurance company? You're not alone. Millions of Americans are waking up to a broken healthcare system. That's why more and more people are turning to All Family Pharmacy. We believe in medical freedom. We deliver the prescription and the medication, all from licensed U.S. doctors and pharmacists, from ivermectin and trusted antibiotics to maintenance medications, even NAD+, the revolutionary anti-aging supplement. Use code RSBN10 at checkout for 10% off.